Hey everyone! Hi, welcome to the stream. What is up? Welcome back. My name's Stray Marble. If you're new, and obviously most of you are not, you're all coming back to check this out. We're back to play some D&D. It's been a little while. There's been a lot of planning going on, but we were able to get everyone together. Some of the first things I want to bring up is that in the future, we are going to start talking about doing this more often. We're still got to set up a schedule, something that we can all agree on and stick to, but that is something we're planning on doing because everyone really wanted to see it, and we all felt like we wanted to see more of it, so it's gonna come back. And with that, guys, just thank you so much for all the bits and the subs. Holy crap, we just started. It's ridiculous. I'm a little overwhelmed, but really excited. I'm so happy you all came out to see this again. I just really hope you have a good time. So again, with us, we have the crew, we have Selfless Nobody, we have Just Genie, Pack Your Baggins, Sarah 8866, The Scottish Geek, and Vitrit. We're hopping back into the same campaign, just continuing the story. So unless anyone else has any announcements, anything they want to say before we get started, you guys are welcome to speak up if you got anything.
Let's go.
Yeah,
let's
right.
go.
Let's do this. Awesome. All right, so let's hop into it. Let's get rid of this chill lo-fi beats. Let's throw on some atmospheric music, and we'll get back into it. We'll get the wagon ride and turn that off, and we'll throw in magic. Nope, that's not the one I want. I want this guy. All right, so we should hear some cool music going on in the background. I'm going to be hiding chat, so I won't see anything. Mods, it's on you. Keep an eye on it. Feel free to use the channel point redeems. We'll talk about those more later. And yeah, all right. So, where we last left off, the party had all been drawn together to protect a caravan that was fleeing the war that had started within the Dundalian Empire and was headed southward towards the Menagerie Coast, specifically to the city of Nicodranus. The travel was supposed to take around 2 weeks journey, and the party it was split up the travel into a couple sections where we've had a few encounters along the way. Between the towns of Alfield as well as Trossenwald, the party has made their way battling a group of bandits and surviving that were trying to attack and overwhelm the caravan to steal what they had, as well as coming upon a carcass of an elephant that led to a fight with a dire wolf and a few of her pack. The party survived handily and have begun to take a night's rest in the city of Trossenwald before they make their last stretch towards the Wagon Gate, lying within the Wagon Gorge. This is the crossing point, or the boundary line of the Dundalian Empire into the Menagerie Coast. So after a night of drinking, relaxing, and a handily won game of darts and bragging rights, the party is now come together to continue their journey. So with that, morning comes, the party wakes up, and you are all free to get ready and do as you please. You hear Jareth, the leader of the caravan, getting ready, calling to the horses and comforting his wife. Clem is packing up his carriage, as well as the doctor, all getting their last bits ready. Is there anything you'd like to do in this town, in the tavern of, if I remember correctly, in my notes here, the Gilded Chestnut? If there's anything else you'd like to do before you leave.
For myself.
For me, I'm good for now, personally. Had my wash. Actually, can I check my horse's provisions, please?
Sure, okay. Sure. Easy enough. The tavern, as part of your fee when you stayed the night, fed them and kept them, safe for the night. So, if there's any additional feed you want, it's gonna cost maybe like a couple copper. If you need to carry some extra feed with you guys, since you have a couple of extra horses, feel free to buy whatever you need. It's pretty cheap. You can get it right here at the tavern. They can just offer to give you some that they have on hand.
Did the tavern did it include breakfast, or do we need breakfast separately?
They have not made breakfast. They have most of their stuff at night, so nothing is currently prepared.
We can talk to Clem for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
He'll throw it out.
Valdant will need to, pray for a good 20 minutes before we head out, but be done in the room before he even gets out of the room.
Okay, perfect. So you do your prayers. Clem is happy. He's got a couple things burning already. He's been ready to set up, but he has the window open, and he's throwing a few things on there for anyone who wants an early morning breakfast. So you are welcome to take a mixture of just a light set of toasted bread, some oats that he put together with some spices to give it a little bit of sweetness and flavor. And he hands it out to you handily. Given the fact you guys are protecting him, he doesn't mind giving it for free this morning.
Morning's blessings, Clem.
Morning.
Thank
Good
you.
to see ya. Hope you enjoy. We need the energy. We got a long trek. There's gonna be no more villages for at least a couple days before we hit the Wagon gate. So, I hope you're ready.
I certainly am, and I'm very appreciative of what looks to be a delicious meal. Thank you so much.
All right, perfect. Absolutely. You have a good rest of your day. I'll see you later on. And if you need anything along the trip, I got a couple dried rations you can have as well.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm gonna take my portion over to Veldant and be like, Veldant, would you like some breakfast?
Yes, thank you. I'll take some breakfast.
And I'll just like hand my full plate over, and as I walk away, I kind of like mutter something like under my breath, and then just walk away.
Thank you.
Do you want to try and roll to see if you heard what she said under her breath?
Sure.
All right, it's the first roll of the night. Let's see what you get, man. Let's hop back into...
Perception?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check. No.
Ooh.
No. You do not know what she said. All right. So with that, everyone packs together, and you all start making your way south. The landscape in most of the Dwendalian Empire, and specifically the Marrow Valley, has been very much grassland, but during this time of travel, you've noticed vegetation has become a bit more sparse. Once you get away from Trossenwall itself, it becomes more of like a grassland, or more of like a dusty landscape where there's a few shrubs here, there's a couple of trees, but the mountains that you're all heading towards are getting larger and larger on the horizon, and you're seeing more rocky terrain as you continue on. As you go, given this time's travel, I need someone to roll a d4 for me.
I'll go.
All right, go ahead. 3. Let me take a look here. Let's see what we got. All right, and with a 3, ooh, this is good. Okay, so. Fantastic.
Good for us or good for you?
Good for you.
Good for content.
All right. So, as you are making your way southward, the first couple days on travel, or the first day on travel is clear skies, easy going, no real issues, and about say 3 or 4 hours into your journey on the next day on the road, you see an individual walking up the side of the road. Gives you some slight flashbacks to the guard that you saw heading that way earlier, but this figure looks a bit different. They are completely robed and covered from head to toe in some cloth that is a bit ragged looking, and they're not really like walking steady. They have this weird sort of gait to them. And they're kind of walking away, but they don't seem to be looking at you or trying to respond, or trying to engage. They just kind of start heading your way.
Can I ask to see if they're okay?
Sure.
If they're walking a bit funny, they might be a bit hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you say?
I say, excuse me. Hello, good sir. Are you okay? You're walking a little bit wobbly.
As you do, he lets out a cough and he kind of looks up and gives you a look. His face is gaunt, and he looks like he probably hasn't eaten in a few days. It's dirty. You get a closer look at his robes, and there are dirt stains on it, some red stains across his side. And he just kind of looks at you and kind of looks at the ground again and continues to kind of hobble along. Not really. He recognized that you tried to talk to him, but he seems to not really want to engage.
I'm gonna take a bit of a chance here. I'm gonna start assume that I'm on the carriage. I'm gonna jump off it and just walk towards him, and just try and gently tap his shoulder. Just be like, "Dude, are you okay?"
When you touch him, he goes, "Yes, I'll be fine. It's all right. Don't trouble yourself with me. I'll be okay."
Having seen, I'm gonna
Oh,
murder.
it's fine.
Well, after seeing Bo jump off, I want to kind of jump off, knowing that I'm kind of could be useful in this, and want to help someone else who in need. So I kind of want to jump off and kind of head towards in a calm way, just to see if there's anything that I can do to sort of help or anything.
Sure.
So I kind of wander over and kind of give Bo the eye as if to go, "You all right? Need help?" without actually saying anything.
Yeah, so I'll just do a quiet nod to Merpo, and I say to the guy again, I'm like, look, if you need anything, like, and I start making my way towards my water skin on like my belt, because go, do you need some water? Like, you don't look very good, dude.
You do this and you start to motion towards actually giving him something, and he looks down and he kind of nods and says, "Oh, okay. If you would insist, I could use a little help." And so you do offer him the water skin for a moment?
Yeah, I guess for a couple of sips. Yeah,
Sure.
go for it.
So he takes it, and he takes a sip, and you notice like he is being very cautious. Like he takes a small sip and like waits a second, and then takes a little bit more of a sip, and he takes maybe 2 or 3 more small sips, and then hands it back to you and just nods and says, "Thank you." And he washes his mouth a second and says, I It's been a long time since someone has shown me kindness. I appreciate that.
And my face at this point is just sort of like going like, oh. And I'm like, I'm just trying to think of what would be a good thing. Yeah, and I sort of ask him like, look, if you want, you could come walk with us. We're a friendly bunch, and it might be a little bit more safer for you. And I'm sort of looking around, see who else is with us, catch Merpo, and just start nodding enthusiastically as if to say like, yep, you can join us. I'm sure it's fine. Like, you'll be safe. We're all good people.
A slight smile crossed his face, and he, at this point, slowly having a little bit more confidence and like comfort with you guys and your kind offer, he pulls his hood back, and you see he has the slick backed hair that looks kind of greasy and messy, and he's got this weird scar that runs down the side of his face that looks like it's long healed, and he says, "No, I have something I need to take care of a little farther north. Your kindness is appreciated and rare in this world. Thank you." And at this point, once he like kind of moves his robes a little bit, you see like something kind of shiny kind of poke out from around his neck that you didn't really notice before because it was kind of folded under some clothes. And it's a symbol of sort of this jagged spiral that kind of winds around itself in like these angles until it reaches a center point. The amulet is maybe 2 to 3 inches long, like large in diameter, and it's made of maybe some sort of kind of silver that's been tarnished or it's corrected corrosion of some kind.
Do I recognize it?
Make a religion check.
Hello.
There we go.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. So we'll
I
take that
didn't-
first one there, the 13. The 13, it's obscure. You can't put your finger on exactly what the symbol is from, but it tickles your mind like, I have seen this before somewhere. You just can't place where.
I want to. I move forward to the guy and say, north is some many miles and very long way to travel. Why not spend a day, an afternoon, a few hours with us, rest up, conserve your strength, maybe seek something to maybe help with any injuries or wounds, get a full meal in your belly before you do traverse on to what you see as that you need to do. But if you're gonna get there, you need to take care of yourself first. So, an hour. Why not come into the cart for an hour, rest, get some food? I would feel so bad if you continued on without something.
I sort of just to add to that, hold my hands up and like, I've got some curing hands. I can help.
He listens to the two of you and considers it for a moment. Make a persuasion check, but it's going to be a bit of a difficult ace or DC. So persuasion. That's perception. We need persuasion.
Oh, sorry,
You're good.
persuasion.
You're good.
Would I be able to
Oh.
add to that as well?
Yeah. You know what? Here's this. Because the two of you are together, go ahead and roll it at advantage. I agree. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
So roll perception or persuasion.
I'll roll. I think. Maple, do you need a roll?
I don't have great persuasion because my charisma's really low. So if you want to roll instead, that's probably a good idea.
I'll
All right.
do it.
Whoever wants to do the roll, you'll have advantage because you're working together. 17. It was tough. It was an 18 to get it. So he
Oh no!
doesn't quite agree. I didn't want to make it impossible hard, but like it was a rough one. He's driven, and you can tell he looks at you and says, "Your kindness is beyond what I could expect from any other mortal being. I appreciate that. I really do. But I have a goal that I'm on right now, a quest that I need to achieve quickly. Thank you. Sincerely. I must go. I will, if you have a healing magics to use, I will accept that.
Yeah, a cheeky curing wounds for the road.
Sure, go ahead
then
and
I'll-
use a cure wounds.
Yeah. Where are you? Ba-ba-ba-ba. Let me do my thing, please. Where's that gone? Hang on, sorry, because I'm on my spells and then I'm trying to click it and it's not doing its thing.
Mm.
Oh no, there we go. Unless,
Bear with us. It's been a month. We're still getting used to this. So
I'm in my,
it could be on your front page too, under your attacks.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah, it might be there. I think if you click one of those, it should do it.
Oh, there we go. I am a doofus.
No, you're good. You're good. Once we start doing this more often, it'll be easier because we'll be doing it regularly and we'll be up to date on how this works.
I'm still clicking it and it's still
Huh.
not.
Let's see.
While
I believe
I was gonna
if
say-
it's cure wounds, right? You're touching with your hands. It's going to be a level 1 spell. It's 1d8 plus your spell casting modifier, which is on your second page. So if you want to just roll a 1d8 if the macro's not working. Oh, there it
Oh,
works.
there
It finally came through. Awesome. So it's going to be 9. So you put your hands out and you just gently place them on his shoulder, which he doesn't recoil from now that he's a little more comfortable. And you see like this pulse of kind of like blue energy wrap around his body, and you see his posture stiffens a bit more, and he kind of like sits up a little bit, and he kind of moves his hips, and he's like, that actually feels much better, thank you. And you can see him like kind of his feet are a little bit more, he feels more stable now. He nods to you and says, strangers, you have a safe travel south. Things are getting dangerous that way. I wish you luck. And he nods to you, and he starts to put his hood back up and starts making his way northward, up
Wait.
the trail you came.
wait, sir.
Yes. Yes.
You said things down south aren't great. Could you maybe elaborate on that? What's going on?
He hasn't turned around, but he stays silent, and then just keeps walking without saying anything, and he just starts making his way up the trail.
Sort of look at Merpo and I'm like, well, that was fun. He seemed nice, didn't he?
If he was truly that nice, he could have at least said something, but we can only do what we can do.
Yeah. It's not like he stabbed her. I think we're good. Let her
Okay.
just go back.
You do see
Everything's
his
fine.
walk is normal now. He's not limping or dragging any of his feet like he was before. He now has a normal walk as he makes his way out.
Mm.
So you definitely made a difference.
Wish I got his
High
name
five?
now. High five.
Yes.
Awesome. And as you do, you all gather back on your carts and continue southward. After another night's rest, you were able to sleep without any issues or interruptions. you continue on into the next morning, and you know that by the end of the day, you should be reaching the Wagon Gate, which is the separation, the boundary line, essentially the border control of the Dwendalian Empire into the Menagerie Coast. At this point, on your way through, Jareth speaks up and says, you know, just in case some of you aren't aware, we're going to be coming up to some guards here in a bit. When we get to the gate, they usually do checks of our personal belongings to make sure we're not smuggling anything, so just keep an eye out for that. If you got anything illegal or anything that's not allowed in the Menagerie Coast, they'll try and find it. I don't know many of you folks, but just be aware. I'm not going to ask questions, but keep an eye on that. Don't want you causing trouble for the rest of us. And so you all continue headed south. And I want everyone to make a perception check for me after the next couple of hours headed southward. So 10, 14, 16, 17, natural 20.
Nice.
That's persuasion. Hold on.
Oh yeah, that was persuasion. Oh yeah, it was.
Perception.
Where's our perception? Get that net
I
20.
think there we go.
Sarah. All right. Perception, perfect. So you're all headed southward and like make in your different places and formations along the caravan upon the 8 carts that you're traveling with. Some of you are standing near the front, some in the middle, some behind, just kind of walking along or riding along to follow. And the wind is starting to pick up. And in the distance, Sackman, you see it first. You see a piece of paper on a tree along the trail that you're heading towards. It's like right next to the road. And you see this piece of paper flapping and flapping until the wind catches it and it flies forward off the tree and heads your way. And it heads almost directly for you.
Can I try to catch it?
Absolutely. And I won't make it hard, but go ahead and roll just a dexterity check for me.
Okay.
15? Perfect. So you catch this paper and it lands in your hand. Do you examine it?
No, I call over. I still don't know how to pronounce the name. I'm sorry. Angraboa.
Bo is fine.
Bo. Okay. Okay. So I turn around and I shout back, Bo,
Yep.
can you come over, please?
Okay. Bo's total long for. It's like that.
And then I hand it over to her and say, can you read this, please?
So I like take the paper. I'm like, ooh, okay.
And it's not much to read, because the first thing you notice upon seeing the paper at the very top in big lettering, the words "wanted," and below the picture, or below the word, is a picture of an individual, very muscular and strong, with a club and a bag over his head.
Sort of.
And beneath that are the words written, "Wanted by the Empire, murderer of the King's Guard." And it has a reward of about 50 gold pieces to anyone who can turn him in.
So I sort of look at the paper, look at Sackman, and I'm like, well, it's yeah, it's a picture of you actually. I sort of like show it in his face, I'm like, that's you, isn't it? Club, the sack, big muscles.
Yes, that's me. Is it good news?
It is for someone. Yeah, it's a wanted poster. Yeah. You're a wanted man, apparently. What have you been doing? I was like trying to keep my voice down a little bit while I'm not getting hysterical, realizing I don't want to alert the caravan. I'm like,
Can I hear this?
Make a perception check, depending on where you are in the caravan. Where do you think your character is right now? And that'll determine how difficult this is.
I'd say like midway in the caravan.
Okay, go ahead and give me your perception check.
So...
Nope.
No, okay.
You
Where-
don't quite hear it.
Where is Sackman
They're
currently in the
they're
caravan?
close to like near the front. I think Sackman was near the front of the caravan, keeping an eye on things.
All right, that's normally where I hang out, so I'll do a perception check.
All right. No, just you guys you're too focused on like looking at the road ahead and the cart stuff. Like your head's on a swivel, but you're not really listening.
Right, I might as well try as well then.
Okay. I think Chio, you usually
Everybody's
sit near the
gonna go
back
for
of the
it.
caravan usually,
Yeah.
so it'll be a
but
little
we'll
bit
try
harder
anyway.
for you. Yeah.
Nope, not fun. I'm
None-
looking at the birds.
None of
That's
you
persuasion.
overhear this conversation.
Me and Jeannie were walking together or traveling together
Yeah,
because
usually.
I would presume we would have been carried on after our talk with the strange man. So that everybody else has had a go. Let's have a go as well. What is it? Perception or persuasion?
Perception.
Perception.
Because I think Katie rolled
Oh.
persuasion.
Yeah, I did. Hold on.
I know I need
to
my-
make this bigger so I can read it better. Perception. There we go. Nope, still looking at the birds.
No worries. 11. Because you're nearby and you saw Jeannie go, you're a little more attentive and you do pick up that she has said the words wanted and is looking directly at Sackman, just like looking at him in a very surprised face.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of just make it seem that I've not heard anything, but are doing that sort of thing of if I was in a cartoon, my ear would be like this big. And so kind of just sort of like nonchalant, maybe slowly drifting closer, but in a very sort of a nonchalant sort of way, but very, very interested into what's going on over there.
Day he was wanted for again, sorry.
It said he had murdered the Crown's guard.
Crowns. God, right. So, yeah, Sackman, you're in hushed tones. I'm like, did you murder a guy that was doing the Crown's Guard guy? Did you do that?
I didn't kill a guy. I killed 3.
Okay.
It was self defense. Well, self defense. I was just doing my usual on the farm where I was staying, and guards came to the house to collect taxes from the woman who was looking after me, and instead of just taking the money and leaving, they got violent, and I was very, very angry.
Okay. Well, I need an adult to kind of deal with this information. Yeah, we're not gonna get through that door. No, you're gonna get caught for this. Oh God, what do I do? Okay. I mean, you seem like a stand-up guy. I don't know you very well, but yeah, I am not equipped to deal with this information. Okay, right. I sort of look around. I'm thinking, who can I trust? Who can I trust? And then, because like Merple, you've heard a little bit, and I'm just like, right, kind of know you a little bit better, and I'm just trying to, I gotta come hither.
Do you think I should tell the others?
I don't know. I don't know what to do with this information. There's a lot to take in.
Okay, I come toddling over.
I was like, keep this discreet. I don't know what to do with it, and I need an adult, and I'm panicking. I'm trying not to freak out. I just hand her over the poster.
Calm. Okay, guys, let's just act normal. Nobody panic. Let's just carry on walking calmly and whatnot. What's going on? Pretending that I haven't already listened into a bit of it.
And I'm like, just throw it in her face.
Ah, right. Oh, okay. What did? Is it true? Did
3 people. 3.
why?
3 whole people. But
Yes, but why? But why?
It was
Okay,
it was self defense, but I may have gotten a little bit carried away with the defense.
Okay. Right. Okay, plan. People do bad shit. It just happens. Some things that people do like look, it happens. I think with the way that we're going, and from what the dude said, that maybe having a big man with a big club on our side is better than pissing him off and getting him to kill us.
That's
So
not what I'm
let's-
worried about. I'm worried
Oh,
about
okay.
getting through the gate. Because they're going to see him. Because not being funny, Sackman, I don't know a lot of people with sacks on their heads. So they're going to know.
Okay, so we need to find a way to either hide him, disguise him, or circumvent the gate. So do you know anything? Can you do anything that can do that? Can we maybe... I presume there's the Sackman. This is a very deep and personal question, and please forgive me for asking without really knowing who you are and stuff like that, but needs must because... Okay, relax. I presume you wear the sack for a reason.
Yes.
Okay, I presume you would feel uncomfortable taking the sack off.
Very uncomfortable.
Okay, so we need to find a way to right. Okay. We have to make sure that the less people know about this, the better, and we need to figure out a way to get Sackman through this gate. So, ideas. What do you
So,
have?
As you've been talking, the three of you have now gathered together and are talking to each other. It makes it a little more obvious that the other members start to see this conversation going on.
Wondering.
Yeah, at this point, it's pretty obvious that something's happened, and it's a little noticeable. So at this point, if other players wanted to interject themselves, I would say it'd
Yeah.
be pretty reasonable.
Nothing going on
Since
here.
I
No.
would be kind of like near them and getting my attention. You need to circumvent a gate. I've kind of overheard what you were talking about. We could see if we could put him in some armor. There's a blacksmith with us. He might have a helmet that we could replace the sack with, or he could take my horse and try to go quickly around and meet back up with us after we pass the border.
I think a helmet won't work because all they're going to do is get him to take it off. And then we're going to have
Not
to come up with a
necessarily.
reason as to why he has to take the helmet off.
Maybe he could say that the helmet was too small, so then it fused to his head, and now he physically cannot take it off.
Or
Stranger things have
perhaps
happened.
we could pose him as a prisoner, and we are taking him in for bounty.
Oh. We're going to collect the reward.
No, not really. He's our companion.
Yes, but pretend as though
Pretend,
we're
yes.
collecting the reward.
And also convince the guards not to take him.
I mean, if all else fails, I have a disguise kit.
Are you joining us in this conversation?
Yeah, I've been listening. I have a disguise kit. We could try and disguise you.
That might be my best option, actually.
Could we not pass him off as dead?
Oh!
No.
And we kill the sack man.
We have somehow
you
either
die.
killed the Sackman or the Sackman has somehow died. Therefore, we can just lay him down and put a blanket over him and just say, we don't even have to tell them.
That's a dead guy.
We can just say that it's someone who died on our travels. We haven't had the chance to funeral or whatnot because nobody's going to want to go near a body if we make it out that it's got some sort of disease that we don't know about. You know, we wrap him up in cloth or something and just say, pass it off as a dead body. Nobody's really going to go near a dead body, especially if we say, there was like pustules and, people are going to be like, nope, that's fine, continue on. And then if they do see his face and he continues to pretend to be dead, we can then make out of, okay, well, we wanted to get the bounty and we didn't want you to take him off him or something along those lines. Trust me, people don't want to go near people who are sick and nasty and whatnot. And we can kind of like gross them out that way. All he has to do is just lay there and not look like he's breathing.
How long can you hold your breath for? Just out of morbid curiosity.
I mean, I like swimming.
Real talk, there actually is a stat for that.
Oh,
It is
Okay.
you can hold your breath up to a maximum of your minutes equal to your Constitution modifier. So if you have like a +3 to your Constitution, you can hold your breath for 3 minutes.
How odd!
That should be enough
I have
time.
3.
There you go.
ooh.
Okay, I'm gonna maybe say about 3 minutes.
Okay, so we see if we can find any like cloth or whatnot. We kind of wrap him up in a bit in it to make it seem like there's something dodgy that we don't know about. However, we want to, he's part of the party. We want to give him a decent burning funeral or whatever. And then when we get to the gate, or when we have somebody in the cart, that when they're coming to check the cart, we like make a noise or hit or do something as if to go, dude, hold your breath now. How does that?
The cleric just act like they're watching over the body,
That's what I'm thinking.
and I can just let him use my cloak and cover him up with that.
Okay. As long as nobody sees my face, I'm happy.
That's fine. We will find ways to. We'll just say that the face has been smooshed, and I'll come up with some gory, weird, nasty stuff.
I'm just gonna take this wanted poster and just. I feel like if I have it on my person, it's gonna be a bit too obvious because then they'll know. Oh my god, they're gonna find out. So I can sort of like put it in some bushes, leave it there, put some dirt over it, like, yeah, no, no one can see this. This is fine. I've just sort of thought as well, though. The caravan guys, are they not gonna notice what we're doing?
There's that many of us. I'm sure we can pass it off as. Oh shit!
Let's just say he's feeling
just
ill
very,
and
very
needs to lay down.
tired.
He's tired. Yeah.
Feeling
We
a
can
bit
do
delicate
this.
today.
I know, but if they're saying he's tired and they happen to mention it, we just need to get stories straight across the board. Because if they say, mind you, are they really going to say how many people we've got in a massive caravan full of people? I'm just thinking the less people know about this, the better, because less people are likely to do something not good.
I think like +6 is enough. Let's
Yeah.
find a caravan and throw him in.
Of the
Say one.
like the carts, you do know that most of them are pretty full, aside from cart number 6, which is being helmed by the elf female and the halfling males, Villa and Frowns. They have a cart in the back that is virtually empty because they don't have many belongings. That would feasibly fit someone the size of Sackman.
Considering
Wasn't Merpo
I've
riding in
already,
that cart?
yeah, I was just going to say, considering that I've been riding in this cart
You have.
and have at least know these people better than the rest, guys, I'm going to go talk to these people and just see if I can try and lean on their good nature to be like, look, we're going to do something, don't ask questions, I'll explain afterwards, sort of thing. Is everybody okay with that, or did anybody got a better plan?
It's the only plan, really. I
I
think.
mean, my other plan was give him a horse and let him ride around it, but
Well, are we able to see this check and whether he could legitimately, like, run, take the horse back a while and skirt round, or do we not know?
So you don't see the check yet. You're far enough away where you don't see like the gate itself, but what you see is a very obvious gorge. So the way it looks from the distance is you look at the horizon, and it is literally tall mountain ranges that span upon both sides all the way out to the edge of your view to the other horizon lines around you. And at the front, where you guys are headed, there's sort of a V-shaped cut that gradually descends towards the middle of where the road is headed. You gather that the
Well, that's not
peaks
an
and
option.
mountains that run the border of the Dwendalian Empire are not necessarily easily circumnavigable, and would be.
So you're basically saying the only way to get in to go through is literally through.
It's a very controllable border, unfortunately, which is why the Dwendalian Empire has not been invaded from this side.
Wait, hold on. I've thought of one more thing. Hold on. All of my knowledge of action movies and whatnot is making its way into my head. Sackman is athletic, right, Sackman?
I like to think so.
So you could legitimately, because I would imagine things like mirrors and stuff are not that common around here. Could Sackman not just hold on underneath one of the carriages and just hold on? And do like they have when there's cars, people kind of hang on underneath the cars, and usually at like borders and whatnot, they do sniffer dogs. But if we put them under a carriage that is like full of food or has a dodgy smell or something that's gonna interact, so we can hide Sackman's smell, and he just hides underneath there and just holds on, like, yeah.
It's feasible. Like, potentially something like that could work. You just don't know the guards' regimen and how they search caravans.
Sorry, I just feel like I'm throwing out thousands of ideas.
I like that plan. That sounds hilarious.
What, holding on underneath?
Yeah.
Full Mission Impossible style, yeah.
So I think that could work as well. So I think that could work. Yeah, we'll give that a try.
Okay. Which cart would you like to try and hold on to? There is the front cart, which is by Clem Gesso, or not Clem Gesso, where is it? Jareth, who is the leader. He is in a fairly neutral-looking cart. It's pretty standard. Got a covered back on it, and it's maybe raised up about 2-3 feet off the ground, so it has clearance from large rocks. Behind that is another covered wagon, which has a similar build, raised about 3 feet off the ground. Some decent clearance there. There's Clem's cart, which has a bit of a lower clearance, around like 2 feet, maybe 2.5 if you're lucky. It's a lot heavier. It's a lot wider. It's a lot wider of a cart, so it's a lot harder to kind of like see under. There is his food cart, which is just a standard cart, which is about 3 feet clearance. Below that is
That one might be the best one.
there's the Tinkerer's cart from Jenny and Brune. Their cart is also similar to Clem's, where it's a smaller cart, but it's a lot lower and a lot beefier. So there might not be as much clearance under that one. There's the one of Villa and Franz, as well as the one behind them, which is also a similar modest wagon with no cover on it. And then there's also the doctor's wagon, which is a very, very beautiful carriage with decent suspension on it. Maybe about 2.5 feet of clearance. It's made for comfort.
Does the chef have a bunch of sacks of potatoes?
Potentially. I think if you check in the back of his cart and the food cart, you might find some.
We could just cover his whole body up and just have his head sticking there and just blend him in with this
One big
potatoes.
sack.
The eye holes may be a problem.
Flip it around.
Close your eyes.
I'm thinking maybe the Tinkerer's cart. One, because how low it is at the bottom, and secondly, because hopefully it's one that they would just look over quite quickly. Like, I feel like if it was one of the bigger ones, they'd definitely take more time to search around it. So maybe thinking that one.
So before Sackman, you kind of try and get yourself in position. I'll kind of say to the team, Sack, sorry to say this, but you are a rather big boy, and you're going to cause a bit of googly eyes looking at you. I will cause distraction, and I run off ahead, and kind of start waving my arms to get the carriages ahead, attention. And I am proficient in acrobatics.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna be like, right, has anyone seen a small person do this? And just start trying to do backflips and stuff like that. And
right.
cartwheels.
Give me. Okay, go ahead. You can either make it an acrobatics, or you can make it an entertainer, or a what's the word I'm looking for? It's all right. We'll do acrobatics. Performance.
Yeah,
thank you.
I'll do acrobatics. 18.
18.
Nice.
Very good.
Yeah.
Easily.
Just gonna start doing backflips and anything to kind of cause a bit of distraction while Sackman tries to get himself in position.
So I'm just doing a couple of rolls here. Oh God. So you had a really good roll, and it was really entertaining for a lot of people. you don't realize it necessarily in the moment, but Clem was not necessarily persuaded to look in your direction, nor was the professor at the back of the cart, or the back of the caravan. So they might have noticed something, but everyone else is none the wiser. The two people helming the actual tinkerer's cart did not notice. So if Sackman, you want to get into position now, I'd say you could.
Yes, but before I move into the position, I apologize for the trouble, and I promise all of you that it was for a good reason.
All right, so you do.
Okay.
And go ahead and give me an athletics check to see how good of a grip and hold you can get yourself set up in underneath this cart.
Come on, sick man.
Come on, come on.
19,
Whoa, there we go.
19 is
Nice.
good. Go ahead and also give me a stealth check at advantage with that roll because you did so well in the athletics.
How do I do the advantage? Sorry.
Just by clicking it once, it'll give you the two rolls, and we'll just pick the highest of the two.
Oh, okay.
20.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
20.
You need it.
There it is. So, and you did all this right when you got close enough to the actual gate, and you can just now start seeing guards walking around, and they're checking carts. There isn't anyone ahead of you guys except for the caravan you have, so you start to make your way in. A couple carts are starting to make their way past you who have just passed through the gate going the other way, and you make your way forward. And as you do, you come to the actual location of the gate, and some guards start to hail you and say, all right, slow. And Jareth starts to slow the rest of the caravan. Everyone follows suit as you all start to make your way forward. The individuals who are running the cart itself, or running the caravan, start to go through and check the carts. Standard questions come forward. The guard says, what's your business? All right, what you carrying? All right, give us a moment. And then two more guards kind of come up beside him as he's talking to him and looking over the two, Jareth and his wife. Two guards start to look through their carriage. One hops into the back of the cart and actually starts looking around a little bit, rummaging around through, checking for any contraband or anything that shouldn't be allowed. After a few moments, they pass through, and Jareth is given the okay to move along. The guard comes to the next cart, looks it over, and I believe, just want to pull up my spreadsheet here, goes ahead and talks to the darker skinned man with the more relaxed warm weather clothing, and talks to him, says, okay, what do you have? You're going to be a trader? All right, we need more of those anyway. Glad you're coming through. Give us a moment. We'll take a look at your wares. Just make sure nothing here is illegal. And the guards, once again, same thing, rinse and repeat. It goes through his cart, then through Clem's cart. Everything's fine. Then it goes through his food cart. And then it comes to your cart. The rest of the party, you've all continued through, right? To make your way through. The guards... Go ahead.
I'm sat with in the empty cart like I normally would be, with the halfling and the elf. I don't know where we are in the caravan.
Yeah. One of the guards actually reaches out and reaches out to Valdant and says, I see a lot of you that are walking around just alongside the carts here. Are you part of the carts themselves? What's going on?
We're hired guards.
Oh,
We're just escorts, that's all.
fair enough. Any of you in trouble for any reason? Anything we should know about?
Nope, nothing I know of.
All right.
Just
Turn around.
gotta make some money somehow.
Fair enough. All right. The guards hop into the tinkerer's cart, and they look around. They talk to Brune and take a look at everything. And without any issue, they wave it along. Go ahead. This one's clear. And the cart continues to roll through. Without any issue. They don't seem to check under the carts because they don't really assume that things are underneath. They're just checking inside, giving it a quick cursory glance to make sure that nothing is there. So the cart continues forward, and he goes through just checking the last couple of carts. The two couples that are in the back, as well as the professor, goes through, and everything checks out. No one seems to have anything untoward or illegal for entering the Menagerie Coast, and everyone is allowed through. After a few moments, you you wait a few moments before hopping out directly from under the cart, because there are still guards on the opposite side of the gate who are also watching carts that are coming through. And it actually looks like the level of guards on this side of the gate are actually much heavier, because they are more controlling of who is coming into the Empire than who is going out. So you wait a few moments to continue on, and eventually the gate is out of sight, and you feel like it's okay to let yourself go. You made it through the Wagon gate, and you have now all entered the Menagerie Coast. Immediately, like the landscape here, it's very rocky where you stand currently, but you see that you are at the top of the crest of what looks to be a large expanse that all descends downward as it goes away from you. And on the very distance, you see an ocean of blue that stretches to the horizon. And before you hit the ocean of blue, you just see a wave of large tropical trees that make their way up towards the rest of the base of the mountain, which you're all about to descend into. So, welcome to the Menagerie Coast. As you continue forward, the caravan decides that it's about time to make camp a little ways after the Menagerie Coast. There's at least another day's travel to make your way through the last stretch of road to get to Nicodranas. You're almost there. You're almost at your destination. So the party beds down, and you all come to rest. And with that, we'll have... I just want to check something here. All right, perfect. So, you all come to rest. It is your first night in the jungle. And with that, we'll give you some new music to listen to, because we are in a new setting.
Exciting.
Get our jungle tunes going. So, we'll play... There we go. Let's hop on... There we go. Make sure that's... Yeah. So, you're in a jungle. There are new noises, new birds, new sounds. The canopy itself is stretched above you with these large tropical trees with leaves that are larger than anything you've ever seen, holding themselves up. Vines stretch and writhe and wreathe across each other, weaving this tangled mess. In certain areas where you're on the road, it is hard to even see the sunlight. It gets so dark because it is so tangled and tight. As you continue forward, you're able to find a small campsite where you're able to bed down and rest off to the side of the trail. You all take a moment to collect yourselves after what could have been a very tricky situation. You thought of a good way to outsmart the guards and make your way through, and you are now planning for your next stretch. A fire is going. You have already established a sort of watch order in your past experiences. With this first night in this warm, humid weather, is there anything anyone would like to do before you continue forward into the next day?
Can I ask the professor? Was that the one that Bo spoke to about the book?
Yes, it is.
This is out of character. I'm asking.
Yeah.
It is okay. Can I go up to Jareth?
Yeah.
And say to Jareth, hello, good evening.
Hey there. How can I help you? What's going on?
Just question. I know most of the caravan. We have the cook, yourselves, your lovely wife. We have a doctor, but the man at the back, he hasn't introduced himself. Do you know anything about him?
Only that his name is Waldorf Perryfeather.
Waldorf.
That's really all I gather when people join the caravan. I don't care too much as long as they're heading in the right way. He's a wealthy sort. He's a doctor, taking care of the rich, I guess, anyone who can afford a house call like that. But that's about all I know.
Interesting. Thank you very much. And
course.
I'll make my way over to Waldorf.
All right. And you do. And you see Waldorf sitting there. He's not really reading a book this time. The book is down at his side, and he is just kind of staring at the fire from his cart, just kind of looking at it and staring into it with these really small, round glasses, and he just stares down.
Good evening.
Yes. Hey there. How can I help you?
I just came to introduce myself. It is very nice to meet you. I got your name off of Jareth. Waldo, I believe.
Well, Waldorf. But yes, that's me.
Waldorf. Hello, my name is Chio. It's very nice to meet you.
Well, it's nice to meet you too, Chio. I'm glad to
You're
make your
very
acquaintance.
very quiet man. Is everything okay? You don't usually join in with the festivities of the camp.
No, I'm quite all right. I'm more of a listener, really. I don't really have much to say unless I'm doing my work. Otherwise, I just pay attention.
You listen to people?
I do. Yes. Quite often.
You see anything suspicious?
I saw a large, muscular man in our party hide beneath the cart as we walked through a gate.
See that? Did anyone else say that? No, I can't remember anything. I was
no.
doing cartwheels.
You were, and they were quite nice, but my attention was drawn elsewhere.
It's not going to be a problem. He's a very nice man, big, strong. Look after you, look after the rest of caravan, look after little miss, look after big cat.
I have no reason. He's a plain sort. My information more falls towards those who can make a difference.
I have no idea what that means. Have a good evening, and I just walk away from him at that point.
He snickers to himself and kind of continues to stare into the fire, just kind of fiddling with a scalpel that he's just kind of had in his hand.
I walk over to Bo, because I know she spoke to him a couple of days ago. I'm like, that man is very weird.
I mean, we didn't really want to talk. I still haven't got the book from him, actually.
I would not ask him for any book. He seems very strange. I don't want to know what he's reading.
Fair enough. I might actually pop over at some point and ask him for that book, because I'm still waiting on it.
He know about Sackman.
What?
He's seen. Apparently my cartwheels were not tantalizing enough to draw his eyes away.
Crap. Is he gonna tell anyone?
I don't think so. He seems... he's strange, but I don't think he'll tell anyone. He says he watches and listens to everything. Nosy man.
I'm like, right. Thinking about my notebook that I've got that's got like everything we've ever done ever so far in this journey. I'm thinking, yeah, nosy. Okay.
Maybe best to keep away.
I'm starting to think he's a bit of a shady man. And I'm like, okay. I'm going to go ask about that book in the next couple of days, I think, if he hasn't already spoken to us. But thank you.
All right. Anyone else have anything else they want to do before the night concludes?
I want to cozy up with Sackman.
Oddly enough, I wanted to talk to Merpo and Boa, so that works out quite well.
Okay. I'm going to kind of like... Wait, where is Sackman sat? Are you on your own? Are you part of the group, or...?
I've kind of started moving in a little bit closer to where you guys are now that I'm kind of know you guys a bit better.
I was tinkering with something. I like to keep my hands busy. I kind of walk over to Sackman and kind of turn back to the guys and say, I'm just going to do a perimeter walk, or just have a quick look around, last minute checks before the watches start happening. Sackman want to come with? And kind of give him the eye as if to go, you don't have a choice in the matter, you're coming with me, come on.
I sigh heavily that I have to go for a walk, but I get up and I follow.
Okay. So as we're walking along... Right. People do stuff for whatever reasons, and people can be persecuted for things that aren't right, or that they perceive as aren't right. So I am not one to say whether, killing people is bad, but killing people when it's self-defense or for whatever reasons can be semi-justifiable. All I'm saying is the only person that you have to answer to, in my mind, is yourself. If you believe that what you did was in self-defense, and as long as you show no harm to me, and potentially Boa, I'm not sure about the rest of them, but Boa's just a ray of sunshine. It's a bit too much at times, but she's lovely. you know, then who am I to bring any sort of judgment upon you? Just know that if you do ever need to talk it out with someone who's maybe a bit more open-minded and willing to listen to your story rather than what is theoretically right or wrong, I'm here. We all have secrets that we want to hide that may not be perceived well by people in the direction that we're going in. Okay?
Thank you very much. You and Boa are both very, very kind people, and I kind of like hanging around you guys. But yeah, it was completely self-defense. Well, if I didn't do something, they would have really hurt somebody who I care about, and I needed to do something. And sometimes red mist just descends, and I just can't control it. It's hard, especially when I see somebody that I like being hurt.
Oh. Well, thank you for saying that, but should you ever feel like the mist is coming on unintentionally, just come and find me, and we'll try and find a non-violent way to get it out. I would hate for you to do something that you would actually regret at some point, because you seem like... You seem alright. I'm willing to look over and get to know you rather than a poster. So, okay.
Boa can't see, but I am smiling under the sack.
I'm kind of like going for a shoulder tap, but being quite short. It's more of just like a really awkward patting of the side of his midsection.
Yeah, it's like
trying to.
This is midsection here.
It's just doing a sort of a there, and I've gone for it, so therefore I'm committing to it, but knowing full well that this is just weird and a bit sort of like I don't quite know how to deal with people sort of thing, and so there's just a long amount of awkward silence after.
Nice. All right. Anyone else have anything you want to do?
I just want to look after my horse, Seb. I feel like I've kind of neglected him a little bit, but assuming that I haven't, but I want to spend some time.
No, you've paid attention to him and been feeding him, and you've been riding him, so like he knows you care.
I'm gonna give him a brush, and I think I'm just gonna cast talk with animals, and just have this little natter around with them, just see how he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna go brush his coat. I'm gonna cast me speak with animals if that'll let me do it on
Yeah.
this day.
Go ahead.
Ba-da-ba-ba. I think that's it. Done, I believe. I'm gonna move you over here. There we go. I don't think I need actually, because it's just a concentration thing, so I don't need to do anything with it. I don't need to properly like put it on the chat thing, do I?
Nope, I think you're fine.
Cool. So yes, I'm just sort of just brushing his mane, and I'm just like, what a day. How you doing, pet? Are you okay? No, I've been walking for ages.
We have. It's the longest I've ever walked.
I love the voice that you do from it, so good. And I'm just like, are you hungry? And I've got like some like bushels of like apples and stuff, and just
I love those. Yeah, I'll have some apples.
Amazing.
And you just see the big mouth teeth just kind of, and just starts like biting into him and stuff, and going at him.
Awesome. I sort of think as well, because I had a saddle on all day, so I'm like, do you want to keep it on for the night so ready in the morning, or do you want us to take the saddle off?
I want you to take it off. It gets itchy.
So I do that and just brush all his mane, make sure he's nice and clean, and then get him all settled for bed.
And he loves it. He gives you like whinnies, and like every time you get close to him, he kind of like rubs his head against your face every time you get close to his head.
Oh, adorable.
Chio's just looking over and is like, oh, she's talking to the horse again. Is that normal?
You just hear Bo. Every time you hear from Bo, you just hear...
Yeah.
Just making weird animal noises, but apparently the horse is responding, so...
And then I look at Valora and I'm like, well, you're not much better, I suppose. Meow meow.
I have nothing to say to you.
Not friends, big cat yet? No, okay. I thought we were getting on fine.
Overlord.
Oh god.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, so I get a blanket over him and we just chill for the night.
Sounds good. Unless anyone else is ready, we can move on to the next day. Okay. So with that, the night comes, you sit up on your watches 2 hours at a time, and eventually the sun rises. All of you have gotten a full night's rest. Your spells are back. Any health you might have lost, which I don't think anyone did, so you're fine. You're all back to full health. You're all well rested. Nothing seemed to have occurred, and you're on to your last day of journey, headed towards Nicodranus. As the carts continue to start to make their way, you pull out of the thick jungle vines and roots that you had kind of pulled yourself off into, and it takes a few moments, but you're able to get back on the road. Go ahead, and if someone would like to give me a, let's see my table here, give me a d6 roll.
I can do that.
Oh, no,
Go
you
ahead.
go. You
No,
sure?
you too. Rollies, no. Go ahead. Yo, perfect.
War.
Nice.
All right, so we got a d4. Let me pull up my spreadsheet again, and that will be. We'll do. Cool. Sounds good. So, as you make your way towards the last day's journey, the day itself is clear. Nothing seems to happen. It is peaceful. You hear a lot of animal noises. And with that, nothing occurs. It is a quiet day. You rolled the one option that didn't result in anything. It was just a clear, easy day's travel.
Nice.
So with that, the party makes their way without any issues, avoiding any sort of washed out situations or attacks of any kind, and you make your way towards the city. By nightfall, you can see it cresting over the next hill, the city of Nicodranus. As you come to the conclusion of your journey, you see what looks to be this sprawling city before you that stretches out to the sides and wraps around, coming to the bay of what looks to be a harbor, a large harbor. On the far side of the harbor, you see a lighthouse that has been carved into the statue of a figure that some of you may or may not recognize. The lighthouse itself has got to be at least 500 to 600 feet tall and shooting out light into the bay, into the harbor, to warn of any rocks and any sort of treachery that comes through there. The city itself is a sprawling expanse of oddly shaped buildings, where on the outside of the city, where this 30-foot wall surrounds, there are houses with flat rooftops of varying heights and sizes, each one with different colorful ribbons hanging from them, pouring out into different, connecting different houses and different structures that gather around. But as they get into the middle of the city, you can see the rooftops of buildings that you recognize from the Dundalian Empire, more Gothic architecture with steeples and spires that collect around each other. This is a melting pot of some kind, where you see a mixing of cultures being this close to the Dundalian Empire and the Menagerie Coast. As you all descend into the city, the sun is beginning to set at this point after a full day's travel, and you are on a sort of queue to get into the city itself. As you all pull up together in the line to get ready to be let into the gate, the last few individuals are being let in before nightfall and the gates shut. Guards are giving cursory glances and just, reminding people of rules as they pass through. You get Jareth, who looks to all you and says, "Well, I believe this is close enough. Thank you, everyone, all of you, for helping us get this far. You saved our lives on multiple occasions, and we wouldn't have made it this far without you. We would have been far fewer and in much dire straits if you hadn't been here." With that, the agreed upon payment is due to all of you. He goes back to his cart and he reaches into a large sack and pulls out, and he's like, "This is collected up among the party, among the caravan members. It's a collection, and we believe it should be enough." So it was a total of 15 silver per day. It's been about 2 weeks. So he does the math on that as I pull out a calculator. Gotta actually put in I gotta log into my phone first. I'm trying to do my calculator on my login screen. That's cool. So 15 times 14 days. So he pulls out about 210 silver for the lot of you. So breaking that down, that would be 21 gold
Each.
to each one of you. He then pulls out, because we made it to Nicodranus, you all get the bonus 3 gold on top of that. So an added 3 gold goes to each one of you as well. So a total of 24 gold is passed around to the party.
Wait.
So what will you do now? Is there anything you're actually trying to find here in Nicodranus?
Many things.
Question.
All right, well, best of luck. We're going to find a place to set up ourselves, find a place to sleep for the night, and wish you luck. And with that, the guards, as you get to the very front of the gate, the guards let you know, right, we're closing the gates soon. After hours is coming. If you're new to the city, be careful in the skew overnight. It's not exactly the safest place, but we do our best. And if you need any late night entertainment, you can always spend money up at the Opal Archways. Best of luck to you. Have a good night. Stay safe out there. And he ushers the rest of the cart in. Clem, the merchant, and everyone all starts to make their way inward towards their destinations. They're all kind of splitting off from here, having reached their point of travel. Is there anything you'd like to do with any caravan members before they all disperse?
I want to go to Waldorf.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't spoken much recently, and he said I could borrow his book.
Yeah,
So I
sure.
want to see if you'll either say no, or if you'll go, I'll just take it, because I'm probably not gonna see you anytime soon.
You do. You go ahead and you stop in. You walk to Waldorf, and he's carrying his cart, and he says, yes, hi. Bo, it was, right?
Sorry to be a pain. I know, like, doing my own thing. And just remember how I asked if I could borrow that book? I don't know if you're still up for that.
Absolutely. I was waiting for you to come. Here. And he reaches over, and literally in the seat next to him, he's had the book waiting for you. He pulls it over, and he hands it over, and he says, honestly, I have plenty back home, back in Port Damali. If you ever want to return it, you're welcome to meet me up there. But for now, feel free to take and read at your leisure. I hope you enjoy it as much as I have.
I'm just thinking in my head, I thought he was a shady character, but he's actually really not. Oh, this is nice. First, take the book, and I'm gonna say thank you. Yep. When I'm done with it, I'll make sure to go back to what was it again? Port de blah blah blah.
Port Damali.
Port de Mali. Amazing. Yeah, that's awesome. I'll see you there when I'm done.
Absolutely. If you insist, you can find me in the wealth quarters.
The wealth quarters. Okay, that explains a lot. Amazing. Thank you.
So, you do so, and I want to make a special note here. Verlor.
Yes.
You entering the city. How does this make you feel?
Not great.
No.
I've been thinking this since we hit the jungle, and I'm not feeling very good.
Yeah.
No.
So you are met with a lot of memories and a lot of some very unpleasant memories that are returning to you. There's a bittersweetness where, like, there's a lot of familiarity. You recognize this place. It hasn't changed a bit. It's lively. It's vibrant. It's colorful. It's loud, just like you remember. And that comes with it as it would. So it's, based on how you feel and what you expect from everything that's going on in this moment. But that being said, you also know the city extremely well. And if people need to find something or need to look somewhere, you're going to be the guy who knows how to get it.
Yep.
So as a note, just as a player, just ask me. If the party's like, what do you want to do? Just ask me, like, hey, where is this? And I will tell you.
Nice.
Can I do a check on what the big statue is that has the lighthouse carved into it?
Yes.
Would that be religion or
history? Are going to be the two for this one. One or the other.
If we're all interested, can we jump in?
Yeah.
Yes. If anyone is
I was going to say
interested,
none of mine
feel
are
free.
great.
Yeah, I'll take a
so-
look. Jesus, my rolls today.
Do history.
Do I know this from my character history, or do I have to roll?
You know exactly what this is already, but it's up to you if you want to
Okay.
pipe in and tell them.
Yeah, you just see me kind of like staring up at like, that is a big statue.
Yeah. Let's see here. We got Chio with 9, Valdant with 10, Merpo with a 15 in history. Okay. So with the 15 in history, I'll say you were able to gather it, and Valdant as well with the religion with the 10. This statue is carved in the believed likeness of the goddess Melora, the goddess of nature.
Do I know of this goddess?
You have loosely heard of Melora. With the history check, you know the statue in this area was built a long time ago, around the time of the post-calamity, which you and I have talked about a little bit. So you know it was built sometime after then, and it was divinely built as sort of a gift. But that is all you really know. But you don't know much about Melora. She is not the deity you worship. So you have vaguely heard of her in the relation to the other gods you have heard of, but that's about all you gather.
Okay.
And
I want to go over to the halfling elf couple
Yes.
who I've been basically shacking up with for a while.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. That was
All
badly
right, if you
thought.
they're quite adventurous, but you know.
And just be like, this is parting of the ways, and I am grateful that you have provided me with somewhere that I can rest my small legs, and have been so welcoming and nice. And I believe I have not been the best of guests. I could have been a bit more talkative and got to know you, but my mind has been so busy and so wrapped up in personal trauma and drama that I neglected my duties as a guest. So I am sorry for that and very grateful for what you gave me. And I kind of go to shake their hand in a very awkward manner of trying to like give them some gold, but really awkwardly not knowing how to do it. Am I trying to do it as a you know, like when you go to a posh restaurant and you kind of slip them a fiver, and I'm trying to be cool, and it's all just feeling epically, even without a roll, it's not going well.
Sure.
But I'm hoping that the gesture of it is sort of enough.
So when you're doing that, did you have like the gold in your hand when you went to like shake their hand?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
kind of like holding it with like these sort of fingers, but kind of then realizing that as I'm going to kind of shake it, I have to let go. But then the money, I don't know how to do this, and I'm trying to be nice and but not kind of be like, here's loads of money I'm gonna give you. I'm just I'm not good at this.
How much money do you put in your hand?
Oh, only like 3 gold.
3 gold?
It's
Okay.
not.
So it's easy enough
not
to like
like-
palm, like it's not like a hard handshake. The individual, the elf, Villa, reaches out her hand and says, Thank you. It's really fine. You had a job to do. You were looking out for our safety. It wasn't necessarily here as a social party, so we appreciate that you were here at all, and we're happy we could provide you at least a place to lay your head at night. And she goes to shake your hand, and knowingly seeing the situation, and she kind of holds on to your hand for a moment and just gives you a really compassionate look and a smile and says, Thank you so much. And takes it smoothly, gracefully from your hand without any issue, in a much more cool and dignified way than you presented it.
And I kind of like nod my head and kind of just back away and kind of turn around and literally just put my head in my hands as if to go, my God, just okay.
All right.
Okay.
So, with that, any other interactions you all want to do before the rest of the caravan dissipates?
I'd want to go up to Sackman before we get to like the gate at the town. Before we get up to the guards.
Okay.
Are we right there?
You're inside the city at this point.
Oh, okay, never mind. then that's a pass.
You do notice, and I didn't specify this, the guards at the outside of the city are not the same as the guards that you saw in the Empire. These guards look very, very different. Their clothing is like bits of like cloth that have been like wrapped around themselves with armor kind of lashed to the sides and like bronzes of some kind. Some have turbans, some do not. Their swords are of a different make than you recognize from the Empire. The wear is very much more form fit for the warmth, but still has a lot of functionality and mobility to them. For you, Verlor, you know these to be the Zelezos. These are the city guard of Nicodranus and most of the Menagerie Coast. You gather they don't necessarily have the most common conversation with the Dwendalian Empire, at least this far south. But something you do catch every so often, not as often as the Zelezos, as you see Crownsguard also patrolling the streets. Not as frequent and not as many, but every once in a while you'll see a Crownsguard from the Dwendalian Empire also walking the streets in pairs, just kind of making their way through. So, you're.
And I warn Sackman.
I was about to say, can I maybe would Valor know enough to, if I asked Valor, would he know enough to tell me if this is a safe place for me to be?
Verlor, you would know that it is a place known for people to get away and relax. You would also know that the Dwendalian Empire has a hand here because it is so close to the Dwendalian Empire. But as far as how far some news spreads, it probably doesn't get this far. If it's pertinent to the Dwendalian Empire itself, it probably doesn't reach the city of Nicodranus. So you feel pretty safe that he would probably be fine to walk the streets for now, and that you don't see any wanted posters around. You don't see the same bulletins that you saw in the Empire. So,
Okay, I want to tell Sackman, do not get yourself in trouble, but you should be fine.
I say thank you, and I go to put a hand out to pet the cat because I'm an animal lover, but then I remember, wait, no, this is actually a person, so I put my hand down again.
Okay.
very good, very good.
Before he puts his hand down, can I grab his wrist?
Sure. What are you intending to do?
Just warn him not to do that again.
Okay, make a dexterity check. And that is ooh,
Not today.
Not today. You reach out, and as like instinctively, like this hand starts coming towards you, and instinctively you reach out to go to try and like grab it, and he like Sackman just barely gets his hand back before he's like, "Ooh, sorry."
I am not a domestic cat. Do not pet me.
No touchy.
I'm a little bit mad. I'm a little bit mad about it, but I recognize I was in the wrong, so I say, sorry, force of habit.
Okay, I just turn around and walk away. Bye.
All right. So, as a party, where would you like to head towards? Give me an idea. Like, obviously, you don't know locations. Verlor does, but the rest of you are unaware of what is in the city. So, for an idea, let me know what you are looking to head towards. An inn, a shop, something like that. And I will tell you, I'll tell you what Verlor will tell you as far as close to what is nearby.
So
Marble.
I'm happy to.
Yes.
Oh, on you.
Sorry. Is there a map that I can look at so I
can.
know?
Actually, yes.
Can you send me a map?
I will give you.
That's a good
I
shout.
will give you a couple things that.
Because I have actually got a map of the city in my items.
Yes,
so
you do. Let me pull up a couple of things here. So the
Thank
first
you.
thing I'm going to grab for you is I'm going to share the whole thing with you, but I want to see if I can just take. All right, so I'll give you a couple screenshots that I'll send your way.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So I'll send you these things. They'll need a little context, but I can at least send you these. So give me a moment. Bear with me, chat, as I just grab a couple of things here.
Thank you.
Nope, we're not going to do that because that's going to show to everyone. That's a bad idea. So, what's going to be a better way to do this? We are going to. I wonder if I can. It's going to be a good way to send this to you while I do all that. I am at a loss. 1 second. Let's. Oh, I know what I can do. I got an idea. It'll take a couple seconds, but I can do it. We'll throw it here. We'll throw it here. And we'll throw it in here. This will be... Okay, we'll throw that there. We'll do another screenshot. And we'll throw this here. Sorry, everyone. Just want to grab some more details for Verlor so he can actually maybe roleplay some of this out himself. Grab this. Save that. All right. We'll do that. So locations on the map are not going to be necessarily highlighted, but regions of the map will be. If it's built the way I have it set up. So what we'll do, we'll go to here. We'll go ahead and add a handout. Pull up my file here. Pictures, D&D inspiration, and then should be... All right, so we'll throw this here. Can I add more pictures? I think that worked. Or no, it didn't. No, it didn't. Okay, so I can do one at a time. All right. So. This will go to Verlor. So there's one. I hope you can see that. Can you enlarge it at all? Yes, you can.
Where am I meant to be seeing it?
So if you go to your journal on the top tab there in Roll20, there's 3 icons over.
3 icons over.
It's like looks like
Yours
a
will
yeah.
probably be 2.
I've got it. I've got it.
One on.
I think you've accidentally minimized Discord, Marble.
Have I really? Oh, I did. Absolutely, I did. Thank you, everyone, for letting me know. Let me go ahead and fix that in OBS. 'Cause only my camera's doing my thing. There we go. Go ahead and fix everyone's cameras. There we go. In my haste.
I got you, don't worry.
Thank you.
There we
All right, so this is
Better.
Dranas 2. This will also go to Verlor. Nope, not all players. Verlor. And then, so there's the second one for you. And then lastly, I'll give you a map.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Absolutely.
I know where I am now.
So, if you see that spreadsheet kind of shows the locations, or the regions, notable locations, and the people that are there.
Yeah.
So that'll tell you what to look for. And let's grab the map. This is not a Critical Role official map, I don't think, but is the closest one that I could find that made sense for the setting. So bear in mind. For your reference, the center section, I'm going to share this with you now. The center section is considered the Opal Archways.
Okay.
The section surrounding it, towards the outside of it, is the considered the Skew. There are 2 wharfs. There's one across the bay, which is known as the Open Quay, and the one closest to the Opal Archways is the Restless Wharf.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, so there you go. So that'll tell you where all those locations are. So yeah, where would the party like to head to?
I'm just gonna say I'm easy to go wherever the party wants to go. But wherever I go, I'll keep an eye out for any signs of the Myriad, which is the rogue clan I was part of before joining.
Sure. So you're keeping an eye out for any symbols of the Myriad. Perfect. So,
I'll just do like perception checks as we go, kind of thing.
yeah, I'll say go ahead and give me a cursory perception check now, just to see like what you see around you and if you can see any sort of symbols that you can recognize, like thieves can't.
Perception. What?
12. All right. So we'll go with that for now. For this first leg of like wandering around, you don't necessarily see anything. Nothing that's sticking out. So you're in the city, wandering around. Yeah, you're in the Skew right now. The sun is starting to set. Which way would you like to head?
I'm thinking, with it being like getting on in the day, we've travelled a long way, and we've done what we're set out to do, which was to help the caravan get to this far. I think it's worth just like letting our hair down, letting some steam off, and just go to a tavern, have a few drinks, and chill out.
I'm feeling a little differently. I'm feeling a bit emotional. because of this is a next stage in a journey that I'm making, and it's bringing back lots of emotions of what happened not too long ago, and having not really knowing how to deal with emotions that well, I'm kind of a bit overloaded and kind of want to find somewhere quiet to kind of maybe grieve a bit. And I don't know, kind of everything's just sort of all hit me and read through stuff, but I don't know, that's kind of how I'm feeling.
What about the rest of the party? What do you all want to do?
I mean, I'm good at finding a place to stay, calling it a night.
Yeah, I'm on the same opinion.
Geo too?
Yep, I'm just looking out for symbols, so I'm not interested in really doing anything in particular.
Sure. Verlor?
So I'm
I want to walk the streets for a while.
Okay.
I'm feeling quite like, maybe quite, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe wanting to sort of go back, trace my steps from a very long time ago.
Nostalgic.
Yes, that's the one. Thank
There
you,
we go.
Sarah.
All right.
Valor, if you're gonna walk the streets, I could come up to you and go, are you thinking of heading off? Little walk around?
Yeah. I know this place. This is familiar to me. I don't know how well you're going to take it. I'm going around the skew. I know it.
I've been in a couple of strange places before. Would you mind if I walk with you?
Feel free, as long as you can keep up.
What? I'm not slow walker. I'm faster and be fine. I'll be fine.
Okay.
So the three of our party. So let's do this. I'm happy to have the party split and kind of do their own things to prevent the party from getting completely lost. Verlor, would you like to maybe direct them towards a tavern that they could stay at, and then make your way and do your own thing? And same with you, Merpo. If you want to take your time to find a place to like rest or like away from the party, I'm happy to have that happen as well.
I'm quite happy just to find a room in a tavern that I can just sit in on my own and kind of... Things happened very quickly to where we are now, and I haven't really had the opportunity to really take it on board and grieve and whatnot. And now that we're sort of here and things are happening, it's all just gonna be too much. So I want to find a like, let's go to a tavern where everyone is. It doesn't even have to be quiet. I just want somewhere on my own where I could maybe cry on my own.
Sure, that makes sense. That is fine. So Verlor, where should they go?
Are you looking for somewhere cheap, somewhere pricier, somewhere close, far away?
Somewhere with good food.
Somewhere with good food. Okay.
And beer.
And beer.
Good food beer. Yeah, there we go.
Let me
Sackman.
take a look at the thing and maybe I can direct you, because I don't know if I put that detailed of an idea
No.
there. I put cheap versus pricey. So there are, as far as them, there are, I would say, for good food, you're probably gonna want to head towards the Restless Wharf.
The beer's good?
Yeah, sort of like mid to, not cheap. Not Weatherspoons, but something a bit nicer.
It's probably the most mid-range on the list there, Verlor.
Mid-range is fine.
Yeah,
That
go
range
on.
is it.
What sells?
Don't need to get another overpriced beer again.
No.
All right, so you all head towards what would be Verlor. What is the inn called in the wharf?
The Shady Tankard you're going to,
That's
I believe.
That is right. So you make your way over towards the Restless Wharf, which is on the far side of the city. As you make your way through, crossing through the streets, there are individuals who are packing up their carts and getting ready to finish their day. You make your way through the skew, where it's mostly more of, like I said, like the flat roofs, odd angles, all like pushing off of each other, butt up against each other with alleyways all over the place. You're able to make your way through without issue, and then you get to what looks to be this this archway or a wall that seems to like split within the middle of the city itself. And inside there is, or like in this wall, there are these archways, and at the very tops of these tall archways is a large opalescent gem that is fastened to the center of the archway. And you get, that's where the name comes from, the Opal Archways. And you pass through, and instantly the atmosphere changes. The houses are much farther and spread apart. They're much larger and much nicer. There are small gardens of tropical flowers and plants all over the place. You see individuals are lively and walking around boisterously, some walking around drunk and falling apart already. Some of them are heading into different businesses. Businesses are lively. You see lots of chattering and singing and music as you pass through these streets. You take it, this is probably what the nightlife is in this part of town. And as you gather just from your surroundings, it's probably the pricier bit. But you continue your way through, following Verlor as he continues to direct you towards the Restless Wharf. So you cross through the Opal Archways, taking in the views of these different areas. You hear a beautiful singing voice coming from a very nice looking area. Inn that has the sign, the Lavish Chateau, that has like sort of a red tail that comes off the script that wraps around the bottom of it. And you continue on, and you make your way out the other side, underneath another set of Opal Archways, and into what looks to be more of a dock district. There's a lot more warehouses, more modest buildings, all set up around the sides, but you do see a couple of stores that are still open and functioning until you eventually make it to the Shady Tankard, which, as you see, is a tree, which is a symbol of a tree, and a spilling beer underneath it. You make your way inside. The building itself is... It's well enough kept. It's not too dank or unwelcoming. If there's a warm fire going that is kind of useless here in the middle of the tropical setting, but it's there for heat if anyone wants it. There is a halfling bartender who is in the process of just cleaning the bar and serving a few other patrons who have all made their way in. The bar itself is not loud by any means. There's no live music at this moment, but the patrons are talking and having conversation. It seems like a friendly, welcome bar. So,
Okay, I'm gonna toddle off to the bartender and kind of like, in a kind of holding it together sort of way, being like, "Hi, can I have a room, please?"
the halfling looks over and says, Yeah, one moment. I got you. And he like goes over and he grabs a key off the wall. He's like, all right, for a room tonight, that'll be, give it about a silver.
Okay. Do you do, what food have you got?
We got an assortment for us tonight. Our special, we're doing let me see here. Oh, that's right. It is a boiled cabbage and a mug of stout.
Sounds good. I'll take one of them.
All right. And he walks over to the counter and says, cabbage! And just yells that through the mirror, through like the little window. And you hear like sort of a grunt come from the other side, and he reaches over and grabs a darker ale, and he pours it, and he puts it down in front of you and says, feel free, take it to your room if you want. You're welcome, you already paid.
Oh, thanks.
After a few minutes, the cabbage is put across the table. He grabs it, places it down in front of you, and says, have a good night, miss. And he like puts his hand on the table and just looks at you and says, you can rest for a bit. You look very...
Thanks.
And he has this really knowing look at you as he says that, and lets you kind of head off.
I kind of turn around, catch the eyes of my compatriots, whatever clan, group, whatever we are, and kind of like look at them a bit sort of like a deer in sort of headlights, and just sort of run sharply sort of away, as in I'm feeling lots of stuff that I don't want to be feeling, and I don't want to feel it in front of people, and sort of go.
Okay. So
I'm gonna skip to the bar as well, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Hello. One cabbage, please. 2 pints of your ale, because I'm celebrating. Oh, actually, no. Do you have anything more celebratory that isn't ale, like some celebration ale.
A celebration ale. Let me see here. He like rifles around underneath the cabaret. He's like, I'm not really a celebration ale, but I got a wine, an Elvish wine. It's been here for a little while. If you want it.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I'll have that. And a room. And could I have 6 glasses as well, please?
Sure. And he pulls out a couple glasses. They all look clean enough, and he's like, "Cabbage!" And he doesn't even like go to the window. He just yells it over his shoulder. And so he pulls out the bottle, and the bottle it was nice. There was a label on it, and the label has since like tarnished and is kind of like molded away. The contents inside look fine, and like it's got like a gilded top to it. Like the actual top is like sort of like a gilded lace that leads up to the actual cap. That looks completely sealed, like it hasn't been opened at all, not tampered with in any way. And he says, "Well, this was an expensive bottle, and I kind of left it there for a bit. We'll drop the price a bit. Say for that in the room, about say 7 silver."
Sounds good to me. So I'll hand over 7. So I'll put us down to quick maths. 63 silver I've got. Class 63, 54 gold. Yep, amazing. So I do that. And then I grab the glasses. And I'm starting to try and like so I go up my table and I take the cork out. And I'm thinking, right, the coolest way I could do this. I hope this is allowed, so I'm gonna check with you.
Okay.
Rather than pour it all in, I want to cast shape water and just take it out of the bottle.
Nice.
Let me put them into each of the glasses.
You know what? I like the flavor for it. Let's say make an Arcana check for me.
Right, 2 seconds.
Yep. Let me check that.
Ooh.
What did you get? 14? Good enough. I like it. So you go ahead and be a little creative with your druidic abilities. You see this liquid and you're like, I could probably latch onto that. And you do. You make your hand gestures and you pull the wine out of the bottle, and it just kind of levitates out and just slowly drifts into the cups that you direct it to.
Amazing. So we're just doing all this, and I just sort of like look around at everyone going like, "Could I want a drink?"
It's very impressive. I've never seen anyone do that before.
And is Merpo, have you gone to your room now?
Yeah, I kind of ran off
Sweet.
to
So
my room.
that's fine. So I'm gonna sort of like keep all like 5 drinks down there. Actually, no, I'll keep the drinks down there. I grab mine and then I grab yours, and I sort of like tootle off up the stairs to put it outside your door. Let's give like a little gentle knock, as being like, "Got your gift outside." And then I tootle on back to the rest of the bar to wait for my cabbage.
The door literally just opens, and the hand creeps out, grabs a glass of wine, and then closes it again.
All right. So I think Valdon, I think you said you had something you wanted to do.
It was no longer relevant.
Okay. All right.
So I was just gonna get a room, maybe something other than cabbage, and share a drink with Sackman and Bo.
All right. Who is all sitting at the table for at least a brief moment while Bo brings over the drinks? Is everyone there besides Merpo still?
I think we are, yeah.
Or has Verlo already taken off? Or are you sticking around for a few seconds before you leave?
I'm sort of just examining the inside, probably standing, not sitting.
Okay. Do you all sit at a table together? There is one
I'll-
available.
I like to think. we
Yeah.
do.
Okay, sure.
Celebrate getting this far all together, making friends.
I'm sat at the table, like, looking at the glass of wine and being like, what the hell is this?
It's fermented grapes, and it's really good for you, and it's fancy. So drink it.
It's good for you.
Great, isn't it? See if I
Can I roll something to see if I like wine?
Sure. Let's see. For determining your tastes, how about roll? What do I want to make this? Would we make it like an intelligence check?
Investigation.
Maybe insight, or yeah,
Maybe insight or
Yeah.
how's this? Insight or intelligence, or just straight intelligence? One of the two.
Insight or intelligence? Okay.
I feel like wine is like a highbrow type of taste. Like you have to have like a sophisticated palate for it.
And it's elvish wine
It's
as
elvish
well.
wine too. Yeah. So let's see which one of the two he picks.
I would lose those rolls.
I'm gonna go insight.
All right, go ahead and roll that. 18.
Ooh.
Yeah, you've tasted some crude things over the years, but like, take a sip and it's like, it's fruity, and there's like a slight kick, but it feels really like good and smooth as you sip it. You're like, wow, yeah, I like wine.
I've never had
Floor.
one before.
How close behind me are you standing, by the way?
Oh, well, I'm not breathing down your neck. I'm probably like not close to the table. I'm not really comfortable in this situation. I feel like my character would probably be more comfortable outside of the building rather than inside of the building.
Because Chio, not wanting to be rude, but he can't eat, he can't drink. Just like takes the glass of wine and is like, cheers, and then does a quick kind of like, but kind of does it like with his stealth, you know, like, oh, that was delicious, and just puts it back down the table. I was just wanting to know how close you were in case I was going to splash it on your...
Never have I wanted him to be stood right behind you.
That would just strengthen the bond even more.
Bo, did you say you want to try and see her do that?
It's okay, yeah.
Wait, hold on. Do I not need to roll something
Yes,
then?
I'm gonna make you roll a sleight of hand check, Chio. If you can roll a sleight of hand for me, and then Bo, give me a perception check, and we'll see if the two of you,
Please be
you're able
good.
to match.
Okay, it's...
11 for the sleight of hand, and 15. Oh yeah, Bo. So you're trying to be clever, and most of the people probably don't notice because they're like trying to whine, like, "Oh, this is good," and Bo's like, "Oh."
Don't make a comment because I don't want to like start anything because it's been such a nice day. So I'm just like, I'll remember that. For later.
Also,
Chio does not like wine.
point of order, Chio, is your bandana pulled down from your face?
No, it's not even down.
Okay. Okay. So...
I think with an 11, no, it's not down.
No, okay. All right. So, with that, you're all kind of gathering at the table, joking and laughing with each other, enjoying the wine and kind of reminiscing. And after a few moments of your time together, an individual approaches your table. A halfling with weathered skin, sort of looks like a hardened sailor, makes their way over to you. And he says, "Hi there. I don't mean to intrude, but you folks got a minute?"
What can I help you with?
Well, you see, you're new in town, and you look like the adventuring sort. So I'm wondering if you need some coin. Am I right?
Coin sounds good.
And I also imagine you need friends, huh?
I mean, we're friends. Like,
Yeah, you're okay. I have friends too, but like you want friends with power, huh?
like
Power doesn't interest me too much, but what are you getting at?
If you're of the savvy sort, I might have a job for the lot of you.
Do I know this person?
This person?
Would I know them from being, well, a native?
You would not know them, but you would recognize a symbol that he has on his person.
Okay, do I need to roll?
No, I'm not even gonna make you roll for it because because of your background, you are familiar with these sorts of things in the city. You see on his kind of on his shoulder, holding his cloak together, is a symbol of a ship cresting a wave, and you recognize the symbol as that of a guild member of the Restless Wharf. And you know, guild members, or to do any business in the Restless Wharf, you need to be a member of the guild, which is where his power he is referring to comes from. So, he says this to you. He says, "Well, we could use some help, and we'd compensate for it, of course. But it's kind of like you got to let me know you're a little in the know, if you know what I mean.
Does anyone know what this guy is talking about? In the know, no, we know, no. What you know? We're going to tell us no?
Not a damn clue.
Okay, and he's like a little frustrated and kind of rubs his face a little. He's like, right. So, listen, here, I'll make it simple. So, we need you to do a thing for some coin. The thing, it might not be above board, so to say, but we'll pay you well, and we would make you honorary members of the Restless Wharf, which would give you access to all sorts of fun things.
What do you mean by fun? Is it like fun or fun?
He looks at you and just says, it would be legit. It would be very legit. The thing should be fun with. But it would allow trade from certain shops, maybe access to special wares that might be available. You could get any passage on any boat you wanted if you needed a boat from the Restless Wharf. It would be complete. You'd have doors would be opened. What's that?
Friends and family discounts?
Yes, there would be a discount as being a guild member, of course.
How much are we talking?
Well, it pays 500 gold upon delivery and a satisfactory job.
500 gold sounds nice.
I'm seeing
right.
dollar signs right now.
That's right. It does sound nice, right? So,
Useful.
are you interested? Or should I just make my way off?
How about you give our friends 2 minutes? We have a little discussion. You come back over, okay?
All right. I can do that. And he kind of like slowly like saunters away a little bit and sort of walks over towards the bar to kind of sit and sip on his beer.
500 gold is the most amount of money I've ever heard anyone offer in all my days. That is... How can we say no? I didn't want to seem too, enthusiastic. We play it cool in front of him.
I'm enthusiastic. I want 500 gold.
Money sounds enticing, but he said it's not above board. That concerns me on the legality of what we're doing.
I mean, surely if I find out more and we think it's a bit dodgy, we can say no. But I'm just thinking, like, with the discounty stuff that he said we could have, like, my dad trades in fish and things, and I think that could be really good for him. That could be nice.
Can I wave over Valor? Like, Bigot, come here.
Maybe should we go grab Maple? It's just kind of just chilling in our room. What do you think she'll be wanting to be in on this?
Is Little Miss okay?
I'll go and check. He's gonna go.
You'd seem closer to her. Why don't you talk?
Yeah. Just gonna run to her room, just knock on the door, and I'm like, hi, sorry, me again. We might have a job, and we wanted your opinion.
I kind of
talk.
She hears noise as I sort of get up and I open the door and I'm like trying to hide the fact that there's like snot out my nose. I've been streaming with tears and yeah, well, right, open the door. Hi,
Hello.
sorry, stuff, things, yeah,
Fine. So, like, there's a halfling dude outside. He might have a job for work, and we're gonna get like 500 gold. So, I just really wanted to know if you're in, so we can get your input. And 500 gold, and he could be legit, he could be dodgy, but yeah, like, are you good to come out and have a little look and?
Yeah, let me just splash some water on my face and whatnot, and I'll, yeah, okay.
And I'm like,
And then I
"Sweet,
like
remember."
close the door in her face, kind of. I don't know if they have like bowls of water in.
Yeah,
in
there's like a
whatnot,
little
but
basin that you can like wash your face with and freshen up with.
I kind of like wash my face and kind of. And I kind of put my hand on my chest and just sort of like take a few breaths and sort of like try to seek some like inner strength.
At this moment, you also would know you're no longer in the Empire, so the symbol that you wear around your neck is no longer illegal.
Okay. I'm so used to kind of having to hide it that I'm still not about putting it out, but
Sure.
I'm at least sort of filled with the fact that I don't feel as conscious, at least holding it and gaining strength from it. But I kind of pull myself together and be like, let's go, and pick up the glass of wine on the way out.
Awesome. So you all reconvene, and you're back down at the table. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
I'll just say to them, so, he offered 500. There's 6 of us. I bet I could persuade him to give us 600, 100 gold each.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
What is it that we're what is it that we're doing, or do we not know, or
Oh,
are
God.
we...
We don't know
No
yet.
idea.
He
Not a
says
clue
we
right
need
now.
to be
I
in the
have my
know.
concerns.
So we just money. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm open to listening.
Do you wave him over? All right. He brings his beer and he smiles and he comes back over and says, "So, did you come to an agreement?"
Listen, big man, we may or may not be interested, but to guarantee our expertise, you have to sweeten the deal just a little bit. So you say 500 gold? There are 6 of us. What about 600? 100 each?
What can you do to sweeten the pot, so to say? Is there something special I'm getting if I'm spending 600?
Special. Oh, look at us. We have a ginormous talking cat. We have a blue man. We have little miss here. She knows the pew pew magic. We have big strong man with club. We have Bo. Bo is smart.
She
And you
talks
have
to
me.
horses.
She talks to animals. Except she can talk to rats, squeak squeak as well. And then there is me, master of the sneaky sneak.
All right. Go ahead and make a persuasion check. Given the spiel that you just went on, go ahead and make a persuasion check
Master
at advantage.
Yes. Oh.
So you have a 12. It's just not enough. He needed a little bit higher on that DC to get it.
Someone back me up.
So he looks and he's like, you got a lot of talent with you. I agree. You got a lot. I am excited to see what you'll do. But unfortunately, my boss only gave me the 500. I don't have a way to maybe sweeten that deal just right now. Maybe, I can't confirm it, but if you deliver real well, there might be a bonus in it. I could slide that through there for you. How's that sound?
Okay. Bonus sounds good. Yes.
How about you tell us actually what you need us to do, and then we can tell you how our proficiencies are going to make sure that there's no question that what will need to be done will actually get done.
Right. I guess I should get down to brass tacks a little bit about what you gotta do. So, here's the plan. We're in the Restless Wharf, right? And we do business. Now, across the way on the other side of the bay is the open quay. Now, they're not owned by the city. They don't help the city in any way. They're owned by some hoity-toity wizard who sits in his tower all the time, making his money and causing competition. We just want you to help with that competition a little. If you could just sneak onto the open quay harbor and maybe loose some cargo into the water, sink a ship or two, knock down a crane here or there. It could be small, it could be big. I'm not here to tell you what to do, but if you could make business harder for them, we could talk. And you could get your reward.
I mean, these people that you want were to kind of screw over, to put it politely. Like, do they have a monopoly on the market? Like,
There's no monopoly. There's 2 of us at least. There's not a monopoly to say, but who they're not benefiting the city. We're benefiting the city.
So you want to create a monopoly?
It's not a monopoly. You're, oh dear. So listen, we want to help the city increase our. We want bigger pockets. We just want bigger pockets. We want to help distribute wealth to the city. Maybe make the Restless Wharf a little nicer, a bit of a better place to hang out. You know, maybe open up a young person's club down the road. You know, we just want to make a nice place.
Can we check for deception?
Yeah, you can go ahead and check for deception. Go ahead.
What would I
It'd be
what would I
insight
do?
check.
Insight. Because he's spilling a good story, but do we believe him?
Well done.
Oh, 22. Okay.
Well done.
I don't trust this guy. Not even a little bit. And now after he told me the job, I'm like, less than 100 gold coin and corrupting my morals. Nah.
Wait, is it insight or deception we're rolling?
Insight.
the wrong-
You
Sorry.
want insight, yeah.
Insight, sorry.
It's alright, it's alright. So, yeah, with a 22 and the 18, the two you pick it up, that... So, he's being... Everything he said so far is true. He's not outwardly lying. With that 22, though, Valdant, you're able to know that there is absolutely an ulterior motive here. That he is hiding and trying to skirt around as best as he can. But everything he said so far is above, at least honest.
I get that you're honest, but this job is just awful. And who suffers if this goes south? And it's our party, not you. We're the ones who get arrested.
Big
We're the
Bull has
faces.
big point.
On this sabotage.
Well,
Like it means there's only going to be one company in charge. That company's going to be your company. It just seems like I'm not down for this, man. Like, I come from a family of tradesmen. We're all for healthy trade. This isn't going to be healthy. Nah, that's not cool. I'm sorry. I'm not happy with it.
all right, you want to leave $500 gold on the table? That's completely up to you. I'm not here to tell you what to do. Just figured I'd see an entrepreneurial party and see if I could get them some extra coin. But if you're not in the know and you don't want to be down, I could take off.
Oh, we could still get the 500 without doing the job. You have it on you.
I don't have it. It's a medium matter. Is a figure of speech. I don't have it on me. It's. So I sorry to take up your time. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Okay. Okay. All right.
It'd be a shame if the other company found out what you're planning to do, like, and what you've just told me.
Bye. And he with that he ducks and starts to quick walk his way out of the bar.
Should we tell them?
Oh, I mean, they were right around. You mean tell the city or tell the other company?
Tell the other company? Because we could make money that way. With good information. And then, because my worry is he's going to go to somebody else and try and get somebody else to do the dirty work. And then some poor person's going to be like, yes, I'll do that. Then they'll get put into prison. And then we didn't do anything to help. I
And
don't know.
some innocent workers could die in the process of this
Exactly.
sabotage.
I don't like it.
What does Big Cat think?
Big Cat is staying out of this one.
Okay.
To me, it sounds just like a lot of trouble we do not need.
That seems like a lot of work. They wanted us to sabotage, push things in the ocean. I don't have time for that, no.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I feel like we should tell someone.
We can try. It will be our word against theirs, and we're new in town. We
I
have
feel
zero
like-
power.
I kind of roll my eyes, knock back the entirety of my glass of wine, and just go, sod this shit, I'm out, and literally just walk back to my room. Just no, I am not. This is far too much stuff that I want to get involved in. I'm going.
All right. And with that, unless anyone else has anything else they want to do at the bar. It quiets down. It gets later. People stop coming in. No one else seems to approach you with any sort of mysterious, underhanded work. Does everyone go make their way to bed at least? Who plans to go to bed?
Valor, are you still wanting to take that walk?
Definitely.
All right.
Okay, I'll head over to Valor and just say, I think we are wrapping up for tonight. Do you still fancy that walk around?
I'm not tired yet.
Okay.
Okay.
We can go for a little walk.
All right. So with that, it is about 2 o'clock. Been going for a couple of hours. I figure now is a good time to just put a quick break in. So we're gonna go to break here for just about 5-10 minutes, just so that everyone can get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat or drink, bathroom breaks, all that fun stuff. When we return, we will do the walkabout with Verlor and Geo. So yeah, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out for a little while. If the rest of the party wants to go ahead and take off, you can. I'm just gonna do a couple of quick thank yous to everyone who's come in and followed so far, and all the gifted subs and stuff. I want to like call it out just because I want to say thank you so much to everyone who's here. So before we go to break, I'm gonna go ahead and start saying thank yous. To Vit, Selfless, and Sarah, all for resubbing, and Jeannie for subbing to the channel, Baggins for subbing to the channel, the Scottish Geek getting a gift sub, all the the bits cheered from Scottish Geek, Cornpogasus, Lord Ludi, Mrs. Vit resubbing to the channel, Crackle Nuggets resubbing with his Prime, hell yeah, Crackle, Sarah gifting a sub to Ketchup, Pog resubbing. Thank you guys so much. 50 bits cheered. Latangela resubbing, Visceral resubbing, and then all the new follows. Kate Tonix, Galfiskin, Nachtmar the Senior, and Gimli O'Glowin. Thank you so much, guys, for following the channel. I really appreciate it. Seriously, it means so much for the support. I love it. We're gonna keep going. So also for your favorite Jeg, thank you for the raid. Welcome in any of the raiders that we might have missed along the way. When I'm DMing, I don't pay attention to chat, but I do want to acknowledge anyone who's still hanging out from that stream. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate your support, and thanks for popping in. Appreciate bringing your party over here. So with that, everyone, take a break, take 5, and we'll see you in a bit. All right, we're coming back, everyone. 1 second, let me pull up our screen here. Yeah, everyone's back. All our cameras working. Hell yeah. Love it. I'm getting used to this whole thing now. Okay. Also, I wanted to call out real quick. I didn't say this at the beginning of the stream, and I was going to. Like, for the longest time, I've had a goal of reaching 200 followers, and literally overnight last night, we hit it. So that was super exciting. So thank you, everyone who followed. But with that, I was like, hey, let's see if we can get to 250 and keep the channel growing, because I would love to see that, and just love to spread this reach and spread this content to as many people as we can. So yeah, so thanks guys, everyone who supported me and who's followed the channel. It seriously means a lot. And it's weird seeing like that 200 there, because I was like, damn, I just didn't know how long it would take to get there. So it just means a lot that it's finally there. So thank you guys. So yeah, with that, we'll hop back into it. I will go to the music real quick because I want to do something a little different. The city is a little quieter at the moment. As the night has come and has picked up a little bit, I'm going to add... Which one did I want?
Wow, you really have music for everything, don't you?
Listen.
All the music.
I have
Yeah,
so
he knows
much
what he's
music.
doing.
Yeah, I have so many tracks ready for so many different things. And this is just the ambiance tracks. This isn't even like the this isn't even the battle music. All right. So with that, we'll zoom to Verlor and Chio stepping out into the streets of Nicodranus on the Restless Wharf. What would you like to do?
I am going to head back towards the skew, towards where I think my character would probably know best.
Sure. Easy enough.
I'm just gonna follow suit.
Do you cut through the Opal Archways again, or do you kind of head south where the Restless Wharf connects to the skew?
Probably cut south, I think.
Okay, sure. So you do. You make your way down through the Restless Wharf and start making your way through the city streets. The sun has long set at this point. Shops have all started to close, and you make your way into the skew, which is a lot less lit. There are no many street lights through down most of the streets. The guard show up a lot less frequently. It is pretty dark and pretty desolate at this time of night.
This is our first time in the skew, right?
You were in the skew when you first got into the city, but only part of it. This is another portion of it. The skew is a long segment that wraps around the Opal Archways.
Cool. So I won't need to do another perception check for this area, will I?
So you could do another perception check, sure, as you're making your way through. Go ahead. See if you can see anything.
Hairs. God, it's so small. Perception. Nah.
No. So
I'm looking at the cockroaches.
yeah, you're looking around and you see a couple things here and there, but nothing standing out as thieves can't. You see some graffiti sometimes and some stuff like that, but nothing that's standing out like that.
Cool.
So Verlor, what are you looking for?
I think what I want to do is... There's probably some alleyways I used to frequent.
Sure.
Probably want to be looking for those. I'm looking at the map right now. I know nobody else can see it, but there's there's a little archway that you go through to get back into the skew. I'm going to say, right, if we were to turn right on the little intersection-y bit, there's an alleyway up there that I'm liking the look of. Let's just say that one.
Sure.
So I've started to walk along towards that.
Okay. You make your way over towards that alleyway in that little section past the intersection, and you are able to find an area that, yeah, you recognize the spot, especially on the south side of the city. This is kind of where you made your first landing. The place after the events of your past occurred, you essentially found home. And this alleyway appears to be probably the first place you spent the night when you entered into the city. You wandered as far as you could until you found a quiet place away from as many people as possible. You curled up on the cold city streets and laid down for your first night.
So during this moment, I'm going to reach into my pocket in my my flowy monk trousers that I've got on, and I'm gonna pull out. This is his first little opening to everybody. I'm gonna pull out a mouse A live mouse. And his name is Lewis. And I'm going to pop him on my shoulder.
And Lewis happily kind of sniffs you a little bit and kind of crawls around onto the other shoulder and crawls back to the other one and is happy to be open.
And this is where we sort of met. This is sort of having a little nostalgic moment with Lewis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
Valor, I didn't know you had a pet mouse, I assume?
He's not a pet.
Oh,
He's a
sorry.
friend.
Friend mouse.
Friend mouse.
Hello,
Yeah.
friend mouse. Nice to meet you.
So, getting a bit excited about this because Valor is still quite young, he picks him up quite forcefully and pushes him into Chio's face.
That's a very nice mouse you have there.
He says hi.
Squeak, squeak. I'm sorry, I don't speak mouse and we don't have Bo with us, so translate squeak, squeak, hello.
I sort of look at him and put him back on my shoulder and sort of turn away a bit embarrassed.
So you can talk to animals too, or just the mouse?
We don't need to talk. We have a mutual understanding.
You seem quite familiar with this place. Have you been here before?
I would say I've probably been here before, yes. I wish I hadn't.
Sorry to hear that. You seem a little bit upset, maybe?
With that, I sort of turn away and don't make eye contact, and I'm not really ready to talk about that yet. But I just sort of swallow for a moment and say, my past has not been straightforward.
And I just kind of look at him and kind of like pat him on the back, but not hard enough to like, startle the mouse. And just say, listen, whenever you're ready to talk. I know for myself, my past is a little bit complicated too. But when we are both ready, I'm here.
I just nod slightly and sort of wander up the alleyway to sort of head around a little bit, just for a wander.
I'll just kind of hang back a wee bit.
Okay, so you continue to just make your way through the city streets, remembering local haunts, places where you used to scrounge for food, some nicer residences that used to give you food from occasion. You remember them and look on them fondly. You continue through for probably a couple of hours, just wandering the streets. And then, do you make your way back to the inn?
I think it's probably smart that we make our way back so we're with the party again, but sort of take a round route so we're looking at everywhere.
All right, so you do. You take a roundabout route. You cut through different districts. You aren't bothered or harassed in any way, and it becomes a pretty steady walk. And eventually, you make your way to the Restless Wharf, which has also begun to calm down now as it has gotten later and later. And you make your way back into the inn, and you make your way up to your rooms. All right. Anything else before we finish the night?
Before I go do a pee-pees, before I go to a sleep, I want to read the book that I got just to have a
Sure.
little look through. And just double checking on my notes because I don't think we mentioned it earlier on. So it's the history of deities before the calamity that I got from our friend Waldolf.
That's right.
So a little cheeky late night reading before I go off to sleep.
So upon opening the first page, the cover of the book, on the inside is a symbol, a very small one near the bottom corner of the page that you don't quite recognize. You don't know what it means. It's foreign to you. As you continue to flip through pages, you see the symbol again here and there. Just infrequently, randomly. But the symbol is something that you with your background would not know.
What does it look like?
The symbol itself is sort of it's a steeple with sort of a square box right inside of it and a diagonal line through the box.
So if you hear my keyboard clacking.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's nothing in the book to say this is what it is. It's just a little symbol on like pretty much every page.
Not every page. It's like it's infrequent. It's like maybe every 10 to 15 or so pages, but give or take. It's not exact.
Weird one. So is it by chance on pages where it's like, oh, chapter 1, symbol chapter 2, or just
No.
random?
It's
Totally
just
random.
you'll be reading through a section and suddenly you'll see that image.
Because I'm just thinking, I'm wondering if it's on the pages where there's something of importance
Mm-hmm.
on the page.
So you take one of the pages, one of them that has the symbol on it, near the beginning of the book. So you read a little bit, and this one is on Palor, talking a little bit about his city in the Seven Heavens. It talks a little bit about his worship and how he would descend down to the land of Exandria and assist with farmers and assist with bringing crops to fruition. It seems like there's a lot of concepts of plenty and growth that are kind of being shared across this page.
All right. Could I do a bit more investigation on it and just sort of just check one more page before I go to sleep?
Sure, absolutely.
So check that page. I want to just check another one. Can see if there's like a pattern to it.
Sure, sure. You keep looking through,
Stations.
and
I'll do it.
investigation perfect. 17 is great. You take some time and like you see the beginning of the book, but you're like, well, what about the end? I want to see what's at the end. So you kind of like skip near the back, and you get to a section where the pages are they're a little more stuck together. Like it hasn't been looked at in a long time, but you find a section where you find the symbol again, and it's on a page, but it's on a page regarding to the 9 hells, and it's past the section of talking about the leader of the 9 hells, and it's talking about some of his archdemons, and a couple of them are for like I believe like there's the different versions like a Avernus, and you have Dis, and then you get to the another person on the page, which is like near the end of the page. It talks about an archdevil named Memnon, who is a devil of greed, who rules the 3rd level of hell.
I'm just gonna jot that down in my little journal,
Sure,
just so I don't forget.
sure.
So yeah. So what was his name? Was it Memnon?
Memnon.
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 Thank you. I was
I got
thinking
you.
right at the time. Okay. Devil of Greed rules the 3rd level of hell. Okay, that's not terrifying. Sweet. Gonna note that down. Keep it to myself for now.
Mm-hmm.
Keep a tight hold of that book for a little bit. I need to find out more about this.
Sure. And with that, the party all goes to sleep, and you all level up to level 3. So,
Yay!
completing
Oh,
your journey
wow.
across the majority of Wildmount, you all gain a level from experience and time. Go ahead and let's do a quick. We're gonna do a quick round of just rolling some hit points so that we all can add that to our stats real quick. If you need help with figuring out which one gets what, feel free to let me know, and I can find that for you quick enough. Pog. Sorry, I had my chat open there for a second as I was like looking at some stuff. So let's go ahead and grab some level up stuff here. And we'll change some music up because we're going to get into another day. We'll throw in...
D8.
If you roll a 1 or a 2, you get to re-roll. So let me check.
Oh, perfect.
That. Yes. So 2, go ahead and re-roll.
It was fine just hitting my hit die, right?
Better.
Yes, that's fine. That'll do the same.
Oops.
Sorry to be the one guy, but
You're
am I
good.
supposed to be doing something as well?
Yes, you're leveling up.
I don't know how to do that.
That's okay.
Nice
So you're
reward.
going to start off. We're going to roll a hit die, so you get an increased maximum hit dice, so maximum hit points. Your hit die, it will be on your character sheet. Let me pull that up here real quick. Pulling up your character sheet. So your hit die is a D12. So go ahead and roll a D12 for me. Just one.
Okay.
And you're going to add up. You rolled a 2, so roll again. 12. There we go. You're going to add your Constitution modifier, which for you is 3. So you're going to add a total of 15 to your max hit points. So you're going from a
Woohoo.
23
damn.
up to a 38.
Damn.
Big thing.
So do I get 12?
Yes, you'll get. Well, you get 10, or you get the 8 plus your Constitution modifier for you, which I think is 2.
It already added it in there,
Yeah,
so
it
you
looks
got
like
the.
it looks like it already
10.
added it. So 10 is your total.
Okay, so 20.
Yeah, because it's D8 plus 2. So Merple got the 8 plus 2. Oh, I got the. What did she roll?
I got a 6. I got
6 plus 2.
a 6 plus 2, so 8.
So
So
you get
I'm
the
up
8?
now up to 26. I was on
To
18.
do
Figures
do
I
it
rolled
on
the lowest on this.
to do it on R20,
Yeah.
what button is it you press?
To do what?
To add it, like just automatically.
If you hit
Hit
the
dice?
the hit die underneath
Hit
your
die.
max hit points,
Max hit points.
and then below
Current
that,
hit points.
below
Yep.
that,
Temporary hit points.
below that.
Oh, hit die. Okay, I see. I
Yeah.
see.
So if you click on hit die there, it'll roll it for you, and it should give you automatically.
Ah, okay, cool. I
So
see.
you rolled a 4, and you have 0 con, so you get a 4.
Cool, perfect.
That's that, and then yes, exactly, Fanaz. I had my chat open while we're in the middle of an intermission, so I was just taking a look at it.
Oh.
In 5e, you'd use these hit die to recover normally during short rests. But if you roll them like this, it works the same way as rolling hit die for your next level. Just remember you have max hit die on the next day, so don't take away any. You'll still have a total of 3 hit die. So each of your characters does get some things at level 3. I'm not going to make you guys write them down or fix up your sheets just yet, because we're going to keep playing for a couple more hours. But just keep in mind and look at and try and pull up some information on your characters if you need to see what you get at level 3.
Just to check with mine, sorry. So, can I use my hit dice properly for this one? So, is my HP going up by 9? Is that right?
Well, 1 second. Let me pull up your character sheet. You rolled a 6, right?
So mine.
Yes, you rolled a
says-
6. So plus
yeah.
your Constitution modifier, which is 2, so you get an 8.
Right.
Well, is that done?
Because mine's showing 9 on roll 20 on there, 9 in total.
Oh, I'm looking at
But that's
Merpo.
7
No, I was
too.
looking at D8. Yeah, so you get the D8. So you roll a 6, and then you get plus 2 on your 8 on your Constitution modifier.
Oh, I don't get second level spells.
Right. So it's the
Sweet.
8 overall. hit, so
Correct.
Plus 8. Right.
Yep. So you're gonna add 8 to your max.
So that's 25, I think. 17 plus. Yeah.
Yep.
25.
It'd be 25.
I get to choose my kind of subclass at 3rd level.
Oh, I see why you were saying 9. Yeah, because you rolled the hit die there. Yeah, we'll go with that number. You get the 7 plus 2, so you get 9.
Sweet.
Sorry, I was looking at your first roll where you just rolled a D8. We'll go with the actual hit die roll. So yes, add 9. So you're at 26.
Great. Thank
I
you.
was like confused. I'm like, I don't know where she's, but I just had to scroll down. I see what you're doing. So, with that, we'll move into our next day if everyone's ready.
Yep.
All right. You wake up the next day, and the city is alive and vibrant. Business has already started. People were getting on the streets quickly and early. Carts are already being pulled around. Shops and tents have all been set up again already. Business is booming and thriving, and it's still only like maybe 8 o'clock in the morning. At this point, you step outside to begin whatever it is you choose to go and explore. But the first thing you notice upon exiting is that people around you are having conversations and talking. You hear whispers of people like, you hear about the shipment coming in? They pulled all the guards. They're all surrounding the harbor right now. A bunch of them are out in boats and stuff. I guess something big's coming, but no one really knows what. And you hear like similar mutterings of this nature, and you also realize, looking around, you haven't seen a guard wandering in quite a few moments.
Something's fishy.
Very sus.
With that, where would you like to go? The first thing you would like to do as far as the day goes?
So they said they've been all pulled to the harbour. Something big's coming in.
Supposedly.
Was that right?
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. Say to the group, seems to be some bustle about the harbour. Something big coming in. Should we go maybe have a look?
Yeah, it might be an idea, because I'm still thinking about the guy from yesterday and wanting us to kind of destroy 2 ships, so I just want to have a little look and just make sure everything's fine.
I agree. Let's go take a look.
All right. So you make your way from the inn and start heading out towards the actual harbor side of the Restless Wharf. And
Sorry, I didn't mean to click that.
You're fine. Don't you worry about it. Everyone, that's what that spell does. So as you do, you start to wander around, and you hear people like calling and yelling and like shouting news around the city as you make your way. One of the individuals shouts, "Bodyguards needed! Delegate on the way! See the Great Hall for contract!"
Bodyguards, huh?
Yeah. Great hole. What kind of derelict are they talking about? Derelict building? Derelict site? Does anyone know what a derelict is? Why would we need to protect a derelict? If it's derelict, no one needs to be there. She was totally not picked on what this
Yeah.
person says.
Adorable.
It's all good.
But as you make your way towards the harbor to check out what is going on, you get there, and there's actually another, like, a crowd. People are gathering and walking along the harbor, looking at what's going on. The main ships, a lot of the ship's guard, are out and like out in the water, and you see people hustling and bustling across the tops of these ships that are watching, and there's like sort of like a wall almost forming at the edge of the harbor, stretching from the mass of land that the lighthouse is placed upon all the way out to the other side of the Restless Wharf, kind of almost blockading the actual port itself from anything from leaving and coming. In the distance, in the far horizon, you can just see the mast of a ship coming in towards the port itself. But outside of that, there's a couple other ships that seem blocked on the other side, kind of sitting and anchored outside of the wall itself, unable to make passage into the city. The port itself, there are guards that are stationed pretty much every 100 or so to 200 feet, almost like sitting and standing watch, keeping an eye on the port itself. So it's a really heavy presence in this area. You don't hear any rumblings of damage having happened or anything occurring yet, just more talks of something's coming. What could be causing such reaction that it's coming into town?
I think we should have a cheeky little nosy down and just see what's going on. Because I'm just thinking, if bodyguards are needed, could it be someone kind of important? So someone fancy. That's the vibe that I'm getting. I think. Should I roll for perception for that, just to double check? Or...
So for that, let's say this would probably be an insight to try and like get glean some thoughts on what might be transpiring in this situation. 21.
Ooh.
You imagine that whatever is coming into town, for it to be a delegate, you already heard there's another delegate coming from a different direction. So it doesn't feel like this force would be put out this way to assist that. You get that whatever's coming is a very important, maybe, object or collection of things that are coming through. So much so that they're hindering any and all traffic and trade on the port in itself until the package of said sort is secured. Coming from a merchant lifestyle, this is not something you've seen, but business-wise, you can understand why a city might prioritize this. Like if someone brought in a large haul of fish that could have fed the village for months, would be the kind of thing that would have necessitated the stopping of all trade to allow this thing to have port.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So I'm just going to relay that to the group and just go like, so basically, super important carriage of things on a ship coming in. And I mentioned as well, like, I've not seen that before, so it's obviously an important package. Basically, nothing too exciting.
Yeah.
Exciting for the village, but it's just like, oh, okay.
Maybe whatever that guy from last night was asking us about the boats and everything like that. Maybe this is what he was talking about.
That's what I'm thinking as well. And now I'm kind of freaking out because this is such an important package that's going to potentially benefit, like, the city. What motivations does this halfling dude really have? I don't think he's a good guy. We know he's not a good guy. He's definitely not a good guy.
If we would have attacked those ships or done something, it would have been a really good distraction for somebody else to look at this package.
Just remembering that, can I search the crowd to see if I can maybe see a hint of that guy around?
Make a perception check.
Learn your alphabet, please.
5. The crowd is too thick. And as a halfling fellow, he's already harder to spot in a crowd that is surrounded with more likely average height individuals. So you were unable to see the familiar halfling that you saw that night.
Can I look
both up.
from a small person's perspective?
Sure.
Because small people tend to have a better idea of where small people would hide and creep through.
Go ahead and make a perception check as well. 23. So, here's the thing. You are also small in a crowd full of tall people.
I can see through legs.
You can, yes, you can see, like, that's where you have at least some sight. With a 23, though, you are able to pick up just a hint, like, barely. You see him, like, turn to the left and, like, spot you out of the corner of his eye. His eyes go wide and he darts into the crowd. He was maybe, like, 20 feet away near the side of the wharf, and he just caught your eye as he takes off.
Okay, guys, I saw him like 20 feet away over there for the slightest moment of smidgiest of smidges. And he went that way, but it's going to be impossible to try and find him again. But he was here moments ago.
Is it worth running after him, do we reckon, or...
I think with how crowded it is, by the time we get to where he is to try, or where he was, to then try and figure out where he's gone. But he was here.
Okay.
You say that, and as you say that, like, no, we probably can't find him. You hear someone say, "Hey, what you doing? Get out from under there!" Like about 30 feet away.
That might want to go check that. That's probably him.
I push my way through the crowd.
All right, you
and go over to that place.
You start making your way over. He rolled a natural 1 on his stealth.
Oh, no. Really? Wow. Okay.
So you do. You beeline over in his direction where you're pretty sure that he probably is. And you find the angry like stall keeper who like was shooing out this thing, and you catch him like crawling out from underneath the stall like, I'm sorry, I just oh, shit. And he sees you all start to approach him, and he begins to start taking off into the Restless Wharf.
Can I try and grab him by the back of his shirt?
Make a I was gonna say make a dexterity check to see if you can close the distance and catch onto him.
Come on.
17. Yeah, that'll do it. He just starts to take off, and just Valden, with his just battle ready abilities, just reaches out and grabs the back of his cloak. He's like, okay, hi again. Hey friends. It's nice to see you again. What can I help you with?
Friends is a rather loose term.
I use it loosely.
You say nice to meet you. It might not be nice for you unless you tell us the truth right now.
Listen
What
here,
you
you
do?
little shit.
My big cat friend will take over. Intimidate him. Go.
What's going on?
There's a lot of money coming into port right now, and I would really like to not be right here.
Right.
I kind of like it here. I think it's nice.
It is nice. But, you see, it's much nicer if we are not right here. That would be really good.
Can I want to do a little cheeky thing. I'm trying to think how I'm gonna do this. I want to intimidate him to try and like get him to talk more. Because obviously something's going down. He's not telling her.
I have a better idea, Jeannie. Hold
Yeah.
on. Because I've just got a spell that I think could be quite useful. I just need to read it beforehand to make sure it'll do what I want it to do. Hold on.
Okay.
You're gonna do that. There's pizza downstairs.
Okay.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I'll be over with you in a second, Baggins. I'll grab a piece too.
Pizza time.
Everyone's having pizza.
So,
want
Marble,
pizza.
what I'm thinking about is
Yes.
I'm thinking about Zone of Truth.
Yep, I kind of gathered that's where you're going. Go ahead. Go ahead. Post the rules in the chat there if you could.
There you go.
So you create a magical
That's-
zone that guards against deception in a 15-foot radius sphere centered at a point of your choice. Until the spell ends, a creature entered in the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there must make a charisma saving throw. On a failed save, a creature can't speak or deliberately lie while in the radius. You know whether each creature succeeds or fails on its saving throw, and an affected creature is aware of the spell and can avoid thus answering questions to which it would normally respond with a lie. Such a creature can be evasive in its answering as long as it remains within the boundaries of the truth. So, he will go ahead and make a charisma saving throw. Oh, he got a 13. He matched it, so he passes. And the influence wraps around, and this like sort of slightly lighter field appears around the halfling, and you see him like start to, and he kind of like tenses up a little bit as if something's about to happen, and then you feel it fade, and it doesn't quite reach him.
He's going to be smug little shit, isn't he?
He's like, so listen, you're a nice bunch. I'm happy that we have met each other before, and you're very, very generous to have let me leave last night. I'm going to be very generous too and say we probably don't want to be right here. Good? Can we not?
Is it that dangerous for us?
It's not great. It's not great. We're not gonna want to be here.
Can I check to see if since my Zone of Truth didn't quite work in the majestic way I was hoping it would, can I check to see if I can tell that he's lying?
Make
And try and just...
Make an insight check.
Oh, God.
Ooh.
It's hard to read.
Mm.
You're not really sure. That net one's rough.
Damn.
Just getting all the nat ones out now,
That's
where
right.
it's like it's not too bad.
Can I see if he's got anything on his person? Like use like sleight of hand
Yeah.
to just
You wanna
basically
pick
just
his
do a quick
pocket?
kind of
Go for
like
it.
a pat down to see if he's got anything on him that
Give
would
me a
give
s-
us more answers.
Give me a sleight of hand check. 14. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. So he's really focused on Merpo right now, who's just like staring him down and like hard, just mad dogging him with questions. And he doesn't really notice your hands just kind of slither into a few pockets of his as he's sitting there. And what you find in the slinking around is you find about 2 gold in a pocket. And in another pocket, you find a written piece of paper, like a piece of paper with some writing on it.
Can I read it?
Absolutely, you can. You pull it off to the side, and in it, you see it's sort of it's not written directly to him, and the things that are referenced in it aren't necessarily outwardly saying what they mean, but you're familiar with the style of writing. This is very much a clandestine sort of conversation being held in a letter that if someone else were to read it would seem like gibberish. Go ahead and give me a intelligence check at advantage. So just give me an intelligence roll and we'll look at the 2 rolls and take the higher of the 2.
Insight, intimidation.
So if you click on the
investigation.
actual religion stat on the left hand side of those, just click on intelligence and it'll roll a check for intelligence.
Oh, right, so just click on. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah,
Ah,
and you get
21!
you get a natural 20 with a 21.
Smart.
You're reading it, and the names in this are obviously fake. They are nonsense names that wouldn't tie to anyone. But the content is what matters. And the content is telling you that there is a shipment coming in that is going to create a stir. Now, this stir is going to open up a chance for us to make our move. Be in the right place, as we discussed, at the right time, as we discussed, and be ready.
So I'm like kind of like reading it, and then I flip it round, and I'm like, "Oh, you in trouble now?"
As you do this, he goes, no.
I told you, I'm Master Sneaky Sneak. You did not believe me. You didn't want to give me 600 gold, and now I sneak your pockets. What do you think of that, big boy?
I have never seen that before in my life. Please let me go. Just let me go. It's fine.
I look at Veldan, and I just say, "Can I close the note over?" And I go, "I think we should take this guy to the guards."
Is there something you're not telling us? Why do you want to go so badly?
I'll relay what I've read, by the way, and the
All right.
and the thieves can't.
Sure.
So is that where you're trying to go? To the right place at the right time?
Yes.
And what happens if you don't make it there at the right time?
My boss will be really mad at me. My boss will be mad. Yeah, that's and my friends will probably have a harder time doing what they're trying to do, but they'll probably won't wait for me.
Oh, poor baby.
And how is that? How exactly is that bad for us? You know, as I said, I quite like it here. I think it's nice.
And he just looks at you and looks at you see him like his eyes just gaze over at the boat that's on its way into harbor. At this point, it's made its way from the horizon line and is now getting close to the blockade, and you see a couple of the ships in the blockade are starting to part and kind of sail a little ways apart from each other as it starts to come in and crest in towards the bay itself.
I think we should probably make our way to that place and see if we can stop what's going to happen.
Make,
What's gonna happen?
make an intimidation check. 22. Yeah, he's like, I mean, If you're gonna bring me to the place, that's fine. Okay. So, we need to get to the Tide Peak Tower yesterday, like right away. And Verlor, you know where this is. This is the large wizard's tower that is in the open quay. And it's funny because from this distance, the tower, which you all realize you see now, sits about almost 200 feet in the air, like a spire shooting out of the side of the other port on the other side of the bay.
Why do we need to go there?
Because we're trying to pull a heist and get some information on Yusa, and maybe a way we can blackmail him. But it's hard to get in there unless there's a lot of commotion going on.
Husa is Yusa.
Yusa Erenis is the wizard who owns the open quay. And he doesn't really have visitors over very often and doesn't like to talk to us. We've tried to make deals, we've tried to do things peacefully, but he's not very receptive, so we had to come up with a way to get in. And this was our plan. We were going to cause commotion, cause a stir, pull all the gods in one place, while we do our thing over there, away from them.
You crazy? Messing with wizard? Do you know how powerful they are? They zap you, turn you into rat.
Why do you think we were trying to get you to do it? We were trying to get you so they wouldn't know it was us, but now we have...
You want us to become the rat? I don't want to become a rat.
I'm sorry. Hey, okay, listen, it's fine. Just if we go to the tower, we can talk to my mates, and maybe we can get them to not do it, and hopefully no one gets blown up today.
Let's try that.
Okay.
Let's stop this from happening.
I think...
Yeah, I'm thinking I do not trust this little dude at all, and I'm inclined to have to tie the back of his hands and just have him on a little rope.
A leash.
Yeah, literally.
Okay, and you do, and you're able to tie him, the hands behind his back, and he's sitting there, and he's like, okay, fine. If it makes you feel better, just follow me, please. Quick step. And he starts to take off with his halfling stride that's slower than most of you, and he starts pushing his way forward through the crowd to try and make his way over to the other side of the bay towards the Tide Peak Tower. Do you all follow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oddly enough, guards are more distracted by the incoming ship and don't really notice you having a hog-tied individual walking through, or not necessarily hog-tied, but restrained individual as you walk through the city. People are kind of give you weird looks as you pass by, but don't really pay too much attention, and you make your way over as best you can. After about 3-4 minutes of travel, you get about halfway there, and you see the guards are starting to thin out a little bit. Everyone, the guards are expecting the shipment to come in and land on the city in the Restless Wharf side. So the open quay is pretty bared and there's not a lot going on. So you make your way across the planks that lead over towards the open quay, and after a few moments, you realize that this tower that you've been walking towards, which was about 200 feet tall at one point, has shrunk as you've gotten closer, and is no longer 200 feet tall, and seems to have gotten smaller and smaller the closer and closer you get. And you all continue to make your way through, making your way over towards the base of the tower, and upon reaching it, you see 4 individuals who are looking around and see their friend making the way over with a lot of you, and say, Alice, what are you doing? We told you not to tell anyone. He's like, sorry, I'm kind of in a predicament, but I'm trying to save your skins. He's like, God damn it, Alice. This is our only chance to pull this off. And you are all just starting to make your way up towards them. You see a couple of more individuals, not paying attention to their situation, are starting to unload barrels next to the base of this tower. not by a door of any type or any reason, just near the base of the tower. Looks like they're trying to do something. You're not sure what's in the barrels, but they're just kind of like loading them up and like positioning them nearby.
Can
We're
we
getting
like
an
get?
explosives vibe.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, can we get everyone's attention? So like, if myself and Veldant and Sackman like pull out our weapons and kind of like, whoa, 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 what's going on here?
I want to scare some people.
Yeah.
Get out your big club.
All right, so you pull out your club and you all like make a larger presence as you pull around. The individual who was addressing Ellis then pulls out his like sort of like short sword. Says, "Listen, we have a job to do. No one needs to get hurt here."
Well, we're interested in stopping your job.
Ellis at this point pipes in and goes, "Yes, listen, it's actually a pretty good idea. I think we should let this one go for now and try again another time."
Let's try. Let's just look. Let's just don't do it. Whatever you're doing, it's dodgy. Dodgy.
Like I said to your friend, you don't want to mess with wizards, they turn you into rats.
A lot of you, let's say between the two of you speaking, that would be Bo and Chio. Choose if you'd like to roll either a persuasion or intimidation check, and you can roll it at advantage. Either one of you.
Proficient in persuasion, I think.
I'm.
Oh
keeping
no,
pace with
I
both.
like dribble when I'm talking.
Oh god.
So you guys, you try, and they were close to being listening with Ellis.
How many of them are there?
There's a total of there's 3 of them at the base of the tower right now.
Would command work?
Potentially.
Because I've got 4 first spell words. I have 4 first level spells that I can use.
Yep.
So in theory, I could use command 3 times and tell them to, because it just has to be one word, doesn't it?
It does. The only stipulation, I believe, is that it's concentration. Right?
No, it doesn't say concentration.
It is not.
Hold on, let me put it in chat.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now real quick.
It just says I've
it
just
is
got to
not.
be able to see them.
Yeah.
So you can speak one word command. I can literally just go say one word and do it to all 3 of them, and then even if it only works with one of them, that might put the others off enough.
Yeah, absolutely. You could.
Or could I not do it on one of them and say I could do it to each of you? Or you could just not do it, and then I don't have to tell you what to do.
It's up to you. It is not concentration, so you could cast it 3 times successively if you wanted to. It's up to you. How would you like to proceed that?
Is there one that seems to be talking more than the others?
Yeah, there's one that's definitely like kind of the leader of the operation of the base of the tower, who's been addressing Ellis and you as a group.
So if I say, I'm just trying to think, because you've got to be really careful about your one word.
You do.
I would think
Anybody-
stop.
But stop what? I don't want to get him to accidentally stop breathing, or, you know, that could just, he could take that as stop talking, but that doesn't stop him from doing stuff. So
Why?
I don't.
Why?
Why?
Surrender.
Surrender might be a good one.
Surrender.
Freeze.
Oh, please.
But then it
Grovel
might
could be
turn
good.
into an ice block.
I like surrender.
Okay, what are you gonna do it?
Yeah, sod it.
All right.
Let's go. I'm looking at him, and I'm just gonna kind of. I didn't want to have to do this, but surrender.
All right, and you use your verbal word to reach out to influence him. You're doing the one who's talking, right? The leader who's kind of sitting there and running the show a bit.
Yeah, I'm hoping that cut off the head and the rest will fall into line, sort of thing.
Sure. All right, let's see what he gets. Got a 6, with a literally like a +1 to his save there. So that is a fail. And you say surrender, right? Instantly, his response as the words leave your lips, he blinks his eyes go wide, and he just drops his short sword and like puts his hands up. He does that. At this point, the other two that are stacking boxes notice him and look over and go, "Boss, what you..." "Oh. Shit. Alright." And they just kind of like follow suit, seeing their boss do it. They both like go like this. "Are we getting out of this, boss? Are we... Tell me you talk us out of this." After about 6 seconds, he goes, "Shit. Okay. Don't want... You said it's supposed to be out of town. If you help us, maybe we can get some of the loot together. Is there any chance there's a deal that can be made here?"
Nah.
Right.
There's not going to be a deal. You need to leave this place. And, well, let's just get the guards involved.
No need for guards. We don't need guards. We'll just go ahead and leave now. And so with that, he like starts to
Wait. Leave? I don't want them to just go. I want to find out a little bit more. So it would be, I would be more along the lines of, why don't we leave together and have a little chat?
Since you're the only one talking, make a intimidation check.
But I have an advantage considering I've already managed to get him to shut up once.
Can I look over at Sackman and just say, "Let's grab him"? And both of us try to grab one of his arms.
Oh.
Okay.
So, as he's about to consider his thought, and I was gonna make you roll at advantage, the two of them, Sackman, are you gonna go ahead and help him grab this guy?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, go. Both of you make, I'll say attack rolls, to see if you can grab hold of him.
Attack rolls.
So it essentially is a strength check, but you're going to add, just to be a straight strength check. So 6 will not do it. Sackman with the 17 will. Valdant, you reach out to try and grab hold of him, and your hands kind of catch air as he like dodges to the side. But as he moves to the side, Sackman just football tackles him. Both arms, bare arms, just whoosh, just wrap around this guy, and he's let me see if he actually gets grappled. Oh yeah, he's sitting there. It's like, oh, almost hit, and then just kind of like grabbed and listen this massive bear hug and just can't move his arms. Like, shit. Run! And he like yells back to his friends, and the other two see this encounter and take off and just start to run deeper into the city. You have the so-called leader in your arms right now, Sackman, and you're just like holding him tight, and he's like trying to like wiggle around, and he's like moving, he's twisting, but he just can't get free. You have him. He is grappled, and I don't think he's gonna be able to break free of that grasp. So it's like, just let us go. We're just doing a job. We're just trying to get some leverage.
Is there any torches or like fire nearby?
You don't see anything nearby.
I was gonna
I
try.
have a torch in my pack.
What are you trying to do?
I was thinking I could do a thing, like try to find the words for it. So I was gonna intimidate him because I can control flames. I was just gonna sort of like grab some flames, but I need actual fire to do it, and then just sort of do that and just put it near his face. Just say, "Talk." What's
Yeah.
Why don't we go somewhere where we can talk to them? Because we've got 2 of them now, haven't we?
You do.
Where we can talk to them together. Where 1, we're not in a crowd. 2, where I would imagine that we're causing a little bit of attention at this point. Let's go somewhere a bit more private where we can put the fear of God in them and not have people judging us for it.
Fine.
back alley?
Like an alleyway or something like that.
So you look around. At the base of the tower, it's pretty open, and it's like there's not a lot around to actually like hide in. But you do see at the edges, maybe about 50 feet away from the tower itself, or like the buildings begin again. You see like a warehouse and an alleyway nearby that you're able to duck into if you want to. So feel free to do so.
Do we shuffle into an alley?
It's a shuffle.
Just drag them in.
All right. So you do. You shuffle into an alleyway, and you have the two of them together. It's like, unless this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good at all. It's like, shut up. They're not that bad. They're a little hasty is all. If they could just calm down for a moment, we can maybe talk this out. No need to do anything rash.
We are calm, but you haven't told us anything apart from for some reason you want to go into the wizard tower. Maybe if you told us why you want to go into the wizard tower, we won't have to do anything hasty.
Tell us what you know, or I'll make sure I squeeze just a little bit harder.
Oh, he squeezed real hard.
And so the boss man supposedly goes, Ellis, use that silver tongue of yours and get us out of this. To which Alice responds, I got this, give me a moment. So, okay, listen. Yusa is a greedy, old bastard, alright? And we just want to get some money and some leverage on him to show that he's maybe been cheating the city. We believe he's got something in this tower that can show that he's been cheating them. We needed a way in. If you didn't notice, there's no door on the frickin' thing. It's literally a solid tower up to it. So we figured we could maybe make a little hole, make our way up the tower, and get him. Yusa's supposed to be out of town for at least a couple more days, and we might have made a deal with some less than savory folk to cause a disturbance down by the docks. We may have let out a bit of a rumor that something really big was coming, and so the city may have responded in tow. Like I said, it's going to get dangerous down there, and it's probably best that we stay away. Our hope was while that was going on, we would take care of our business at the tower and be out before anyone got back.
Did you not think that maybe going into a wizard's tower might be a little bit dangerous? I would imagine that if he's probably not got a door, there's probably some other stuff in there that's there to keep people out. Idiot.
You know, Boss, did you consider that? It's actually a really good point. Listen, you, don't ask questions you're not supposed to ask. Verlor, I see you posting that. Are you, do you want to try and use that?
That looks cool.
I think you're muted, man. What's up?
Oh, sorry. I was just having a look. Sorry.
Okay.
Not right now. We'll see.
Okay.
I'm concerned that innocent people are going to get very hurt soon if we don't make our way back. Can we just throw these two to the guards, tell them what they know?
I don't
These
know if
two-
guards is a good idea. Guards is a tad extreme. And
They were trying to blow up a tower.
yes, but it's a tower. It's just a building.
Now
thing-
I'm thinking, sorry, I'm just kind of thinking, if what you said cheating the city out of, and is he maybe the bad guy? And maybe now we're the bad guys for stopping the people who we thought were the bad guys do a thing to a now potentially bad guy wizard man.
We can check out what's his name? Yusa? We can check out Yusa ourselves later on. These two, I don't trust the word they say, but like Veldant says, some people might get hurt by these unsavory people these two have hired, so we maybe chuck them to the guards and then we go check out the unsavories causing trouble. And then we check out the wizard ourselves later on.
Okay, but let's just, as compensation for our
Efforts?
efforts, let's just check if they've got anything of value on them. And
Oh, he only had 2 gold, and I'm like waggling the gold in front of his face, like, do you want
Yeah.
it back?
That was the little raft. What's the big
That
one
was
got?
probably not the time for that.
I'm sure we can make a little bit of time. Sackman, does he jingle when you shake him?
the big man, he's pretty big. Like he's a big, burly kind of human, and Sackman is just manhandling. It's like, oh, stop! My back! Oh! And he like you see like a couple things pop off his like belt, and like he drops like a sack of coin that like jingles onto the ground.
Yep, I'll have that, thank you.
The short sword scabbard falls to the ground. It's like, this is humiliating. Please just let us go. We just fuck. It's up to you. You got these guys pretty handled. There's really not a lot. They're really stuck. So it's up to you where you want to take them at this point.
I'm gonna pick up the bag of gold.
Yep.
How much is in it?
You rifle through it, and at a quick glance, you get to gather there's probably about close to 35, 40 gold pieces in it.
Ooh, nice. The other guy only had 2.
Oh,
115.
put them to one side.
Pretty little cleric, aren't you?
Well, you know, things are expensive. And I don't like people who do bad things if
Still-
you are nice. Yeah, I'm happy
Bad people
to...
are still going to do bad things if we don't make our way back to stop it.
Okay,
Just before we check out the like potential bad things that are happening, how close are we to water right now?
From the water, you guys are maybe a solid, I'd say about 4 blocks, I think. There's about 4 rows of like houses and like warehouses before you reach the actual waterfront to the open quay.
Probably can't throw him then.
No.
I liked your idea, though.
You could maybe throw like a goblin about 4 blocks, not a full-grown human being.
What about a halfling?
That would be a little trickier too. On a rope, you might be able to get some more momentum, but no, I'd say 4 blocks is still
I
a
have
lot.
rope.
Flor, I have a rope.
So what would you guys like to do?
Are we letting these guys go and going down to the bit where there's trouble?
I'm just wondering, will we have time to stop the trouble and get these guys to the guards? Or do we just need to book it and
Yeah.
deal with
I'd
these
say-
guys later? We can just report the information.
I reckon just tie them up, leave them in the alley. If they manage to get away, then they get away. I'm sure we will come across them again at some point. And hopefully they will remember the fact that we didn't give them to the guards. But yeah, let's focus on the nice peeps.
All right. So you tie them up. Whoever is going to tie them up, give me dexterity checks, if you could.
I'll do one.
I
Because
guess I should because I got a hold on him, right?
Sure.
Proficient and dex, so I'll do it as well.
Yeah, I'll check it in 1 second. I'm just looking up something real quick. That's the one I want. Okay. Go ahead and cut that and that.
You-
There we go.
Oh, you did a saving throw.
Yeah,
It's just
that's
straight
fine.
dex on the left-hand
You
side.
just literally click dex
Yeah,
on the
don't-
right hand side.
Yeah,
now.
not the saving throw, the dex stat on the left-hand side. If you click that for me. Same with you, Bagman.
Sorry, what?
You rolled a save. I need you to roll a check. So if you look on the left-hand side, you have your line of stats going up and
Yes.
down. Just click on dexterity in that line, and that'll give you a straight dex check.
Ah.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Nice.
Natural 20 is good. So we have Sackman tying up the large man, gets a natural 20 on the roll, ties real nice, tight, intricate knot that locks this guy in place. He's like hog-tied in the alley and can't move. Who was tying up Ellis?
I was, because it was my rope that I was using, so that was my terrible.
So you got a
terrible
10.
hand.
10 is it's pretty good. It's enough to make it difficult. He is well bound. He's already bound at the wrists, and now you kind of like tie his legs around to get together a little bit. You feel like he's probably pretty well sustained. He doesn't seem like he can move. He's like wiggling around a bit, and he can't seem to get any leverage while he's laying there next to his boss.
Just to be cheeky, I'm just gonna like in my little hip flask of water, I just want to get like a teeny tiny amount of water out and just go with my shaved water and just like splash in his face. And go,
Or he's just he doesn't have hands, so he's just like it's my eye. Weird. He's like blinking a little bit, trying to get it out. So they are tied up. What would you like to do? How are you
Right.
going to try and stop whatever is coming?
I think we should start probably making our way
Running.
hastily towards, yeah.
Okay. So you all start to make your way through the rest of the city, heading back the way you came. The open quay has no guards on it at this point, but the other side is full of guards. The boat that they're mentioning is now just cresting past the blockade into the actual harbor itself. What would you like to do?
Run.
All right, so you all take off running. You're running and running and running. What is your goal? Where are you running to? Who are you going to talk to? What is the plan?
I was gonna say, can we check for shady looking characters?
You check around and you're not at a run. It's hard to really notice. Go ahead and give me a perception check if you want, at disadvantage, since you're running through the city.
All right, I want to.
I'm gonna try.
Jeez.
At disadvantage, we got a 17. We got an 11. We got a 12, and we got a 7 and a 10. The 17 Verlor, you're able to pick it up. You're seeing a couple individuals that are kind of keeping an eye and like watching the crowd a little bit. A lot of the individuals that you saw are mostly on the open quay side, keeping out of sight, keeping away from the actual Restless Wharf. But once you enter into the Restless Wharf, you stop seeing these shady individuals. It's now mostly guards and spectators watching on.
We need to find something, because if there's some secret thing happening, the guards aren't gonna know, surely. The people are gonna be none the wiser. It's
Could we warn the guards?
maybe?
We could just
Okay.
tell them that we just talked to some people. Things are coming up. We just stopped them from blowing up a tower
Mm-hmm.
or blowing a hole in a tower.
Maybe Sackman doesn't talk to the gods.
Maybe not.
It's probably not Imperial guards.
I know, but you know, just
Still, don't want to chance it.
So I can try to approach the guards and let them know what we just found out.
Okay, perfect. So you do. You rush up. You realize now as you reach this point is that it is a mix of different types of guards. You have Zalezos and Imperial Crown's Guard all across the length of the place. As you make your way over to one of the guards, you reach over to one of the Zalezos, and you look to him and what do you tell him?
I'm just gonna reiterate what we just got done doing. Like the individuals, we just got done actually capturing a couple individuals. They hired some people around here to create a distraction so they could blow a hole in the tower to get in there. That they spread a rumor that the ship is not actually going to contain anything worth it.
Whoa. Hold on. That's a lot of stuff you're throwing at me right now. A distraction? A tower getting blown up? Like who? I don't know about this. Like, you got anything to I can go on with that? Because
Well, if you send a guard to the tower, you'll see a bunch of barrels of black powder sitting next to it. About
Does Chio still have the note?
halfway across town,
Oh, yeah, it's in-
it's in Thieves' Cant. If they can't read it, that's gonna mess that up. But there's a couple guys tied up in an alleyway that gave us the information, and if you don't do something now, shortly, some bad people are gonna do some bad things in the area, but we don't know exactly what.
And you have that note as well. Do you want to reveal that note?
I'll pull it out and just kind of like translate it for the guard.
And he listens to you, and he kind of gets a little stern. He's like, all right, okay, right, Sergeant! And he like yells out across at another individual who's got a slightly more armor on. It's more the colors of the city itself. Walks over and is like, all right, what's going on? What do we need? We're already getting swamped as it is. And he relays him exactly what you told him, and his eyes kind of go wide. And he realizes for a moment that something here didn't add up in the first place about the ship. And now this. And he says, right. Grab Thompson and his men. Send them up that way. You. Signal the defenses. As they do, a lot of things occur simultaneously. You see two groups of soldiers that were nearby listening to this conversation take off. One heads the way you told them to and starts going after the situation with the tower and the two guards. As you do that, the other ones run off into the city in a different direction. About 10, 20 minutes pass. The guards are becoming tense. You see a couple of them running down the line after a couple, and they all start pulling their weapons out and are actually like holding them forward, ready for something. Next thing you know, you start hearing shouting from behind you, some different call signs that you don't recognize, as suddenly a couple flares get shot up into the air. Some magical source of light that gets shot high into the sky and starts to float down. As a couple of these things happen, you see a couple of the ships in the harbor start to turn and readjust themselves and move into a different formation as before, closing off the harbor itself. And then things get real weird. You see the boat as it starts to approach start getting closer and closer and closer until a skiff starts being let out from land, heading faster than it should towards the boat itself, as if something is controlling the water behind it, pulling it out that way. After a few moments pass, the boat reaches the skiff reaches the boat. Is there anything you guys want to do before the rest of this continues?
It's a lot to take in.
It's a lot.
It is,
Yeah.
my brain is just like, I don't know what
Yeah.
to do. I feel like I should do something, but my brain is like, with what to do.
So with
The
that,
only
go ahead.
About boats. I'm guessing because I know a lot about boats, about ships.
Yeah.
Can I sort of like know how to kind of help the situation in a way?
If you to help the situation, you see that the large boat is on its way towards you. What is the extent of your control water spell?
Oh God, it is. So I can pop it in. It's a shape, really. It's
5 foot
nothing.
cube. We'll say, if you wanted to hinder the portion of water that is near the front of the boat, you can maybe deflect it a little. If you wanted to do that.
So the boat's essentially trying to ram in to the port where everyone is.
It's starting to get close. It hasn't quite made it to port yet, but it's getting closer.
Yes, I'm gonna try. Actually, what I could do, because it says if I can freeze the water, provided there are no creatures in it, I could maybe do like a little chunk of ice towards the front to try and like hinder it a little bit and just.
Potentially, you could try. You'd have to get to the very edge of the pier, though, if you wanted to do that.
How far away is it?
The edge of the pier, it's easy. You're right near the entrance to the pier itself. It could take like maybe a couple minutes to run down and actually get to the edge. It's maybe a total of like 100 feet.
Right, I'm going.
All right.
I'm gonna chase after.
Okay,
I'm gonna go with her.
You all start to make your way, or at least the two of you start to make your way down the pier. Sackman, there was something you wanted to do. You were kind of about to speak up as well. I want to make sure we don't miss you.
Well, I want to run down now because I just had a little bit of a thought and I don't really know what to do with the information.
Okay. All right.
Those dudes had explosives.
They did.
What if that wasn't all of the explosives that they had?
Oh. So explosives on the boat.
Maybe. That would cause a distraction.
It's maybe a good idea to try and clear people out of the area.
Yeah, so I'll start running with the other two.
All right.
Spells.
So,
Do I have anything?
Valdant, Bo, Sackman, you all take off heading down to the bottom of the pier. As the rest of you are thinking, Bo reaches out using your control water spell and casts it to freeze some of the water near the front of the boat. You can't freeze it necessarily on the boat, but you're able to at least get some of it nearby, and it kind of the thing is, like, you only create about a 5 foot cube. It's a cantrip, so it doesn't do a lot, and it creates this like this cube of water that's not small by any means, but it's just a free floating piece of ice in water.
God,
So
Could
it,
I?
it like the boat hits it, but it doesn't really deflect the boat. It kind of like bounces off. It maybe does like light hull damage as it passes, but it doesn't necessarily stop the boat.
Would I be able to throw a javelin with searing smite at the boat?
Okay. Yes, you can. That's something you can do.
You're gonna make make the boat blow up.
I
in
can
the
try.
water.
It has a range of 120 feet. Disadvantage.
120 feet at disadvantage. Yeah, it's well within range at this point. It's maybe about 90 feet away.
All right. So I don't
When-
know.
When does your disadvantage end? So when does it just become normal?
If they're within 30 feet, I get
Oh,
it.
okay, that's a bit
It's
close.
just
Yeah.
regular.
So with disadvantage, you sit at a 14. It's a boat and it's moving in one direction. It's not exactly hard to hit. With 14, it's you're hitting wood, so you're able to definitely hit it and do some damage. So go ahead and roll damage on it.
Okay.
All
then
right. So 5 plus your smite. So that's gonna be. It's a boat. It's Constitution save. Constitution save for a boat. Let's see. It fails. So it definitely fails and takes the 6 damage. So we do 11 damage. So you reel back and you just chuck this javelin as hard as you can, and you just see this figure of armor throwing this javelin, and as it's flying in midair, you see like divine light kind of spark and arc across it as the point lights up and lands into the side of the hull. There's a deep impact as the thing slams and thunders with more force than it really should have as just a regular spear. And you see like a large portion of the front of the hull just like cracks, and you see it's above the water, so it's not going to sink, but you see a portion of the hull cracks a little bit up where this javelin slammed into it. It's a decent hit, like honestly, like for a throw from a javelin, it's not bad.
Are we now just sinking the ship before it?
I was
before
trying
it-
to set it on fire.
Doesn't do that, unfortunately. It's divine magic. It's not like an actual fire spell.
I thought it said it does catch
it?
it on
What
fire.
is it?
Yeah.
Show spell description. I want to see. Can it hot intensity attacks dealing an extra 1d fire damage? Okay. It's a
Causes the target to ignite in flames.
Cause it to ignite flames. Yeah, I'd say that's enough. Then it's searing hot flame, so it does. You do see the parts where the crack reaches up through the ship start to like catch, and you see the flames start to lick along the front of the boat. At this exact moment, you see the individuals who were heading out on the skiff have made it to the top railing to try and investigate, and are now being thrown off the boat as you start to see figures pouring out onto the top of the deck. Figures you can't really see or recognize. Verlor and Chio, what are the two of you doing while the rest of the party is on the... Or Merpo, what are the three of you doing?
Just very conscious that there's still like a lot of people kind of round about here, and the
Okay.
boat's making its way in. So I'm just gonna start running around and say to people like, "You might want to leave right now. This boat doesn't look like it's stopping." Just try and like shoo them away.
Okay. All right, so as you do, you start reaching out to let people know that, you know, stuff's dangerous and things are going bad. They see this attack on the boat, and you see this people getting thrown off, and suddenly the crowd starts to shout a little bit, and there's like, oh no, I think she's right. And people like who heard you were near earshot are starting to like make their way. Some people are starting to scream and leave as things are getting more intense and more heated. Things are leaving. The guards are now starting to converge on your location where this boat is starting to come in and starting to close in to fill that gap. At this moment, a large, and we're talking something you've never seen before, and we're going to change our music up for this because this is where things get wild. So as we go, the water in the middle of the boat, or of the bay, starts to roil and spin and twist, and out of the water a being rises, a form of something you've never seen before, but the water itself is like taking shape into like an upper torso with arms, and you see two golden manacles lashed to its arms as it rises up and starts to almost dwarf the boat that is closed into the harbor. As it does this, you see people are like in shock and awe. The guards don't bat an eye. They saw this coming. They knew this was here. And with that, the thing which Bo, you would recognize, is a water elemental. It reaches up with both its arms and just brings them straight down onto the hull of the boat, slamming into it with an intensity that shakes everyone. Doing a natural 20. All right.
That'll do it.
So that'll be a nice hefty fucking hit for that guy. Let's grab a couple of D4s here as it slams into the front of the boat. And it's gonna do 3 7s. All right. Plus the extra 8 on that for being the large size. So it does 8. So 32 points of damage, slamming into the top of this boat. You see railings, parts like the ropes that tie the mast snap and shatter and fly apart. It closes down on top of the ship as the railing itself that's holding up the sides of the boat shatter, and great cracks start to rip down the bottom. At this very moment, you now start to see a little bit more clearly these figures that are on the boat, and you see they look human-ish. And they start diving and jumping and leaping off the boat in droves. Many of them get crushed as these hands slam down upon the front of the boat, and many of them are essentially pancaked into nothingness. But in that very moment, you start seeing figures spreading out and swimming out into the bay with unnatural speed that you've never seen before. And a couple of them start to lunge and attack onto the shore. With that, they jump onto the deck of the dock itself, and some land on the actual part of the pier that the rest of you are all on. And with that, a group of what are known as the Sahagin land upon the shore. With that, I need you all to roll initiative.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Oh.
All right.
These are my rolls today. Natural 1.
Thank you. So, okay.
Okay. So we got everyone here. I gotta roll for the guards too. All right. So, starting off our combat, we have Chio with that 20 there. We have Merpo. We got Bo. All right. We got Sackman. All right. And lastly, Verlor. All right. So we got our initiative order. All right. With that, combat starts. Coming up onto the deck with Valdant, Bo, and Sackman. 3 Sahagin jump onto the deck and literally fly out of the water as if it's nothing. These are humanoid creatures with blue skin and fins coming off of their arms and legs, and their face is sort of warped into the visage of almost a fish-like maw with fins coming off the side. They hold tridents in their hand and have like crude bits of armor covering their body. And they're ready for a fight. So with that, we'll go to a pseudo battle map because I didn't see this coming.
We love your pseudo battle maps.
Oh
though.
god,
They're the best.
I planned for so many things and you just didn't do any of them. So
Marble,
Guessing
you
the
should
tower
know
had
by
something
now.
to do with it.
You should know by now that whatever you plan for us to do, we go in the complete opposite direction.
The DM's
Yeah.
life.
We're like, oh, wizard tower? Nah. Not going to the wizard tower.
We don't need that.
You don't want to be turned into a rat.
I don't want to be a rat.
Alright, so we'll do this.
What was it that somebody said earlier on in chat? What was it? Don't go into a wizard's place because there are no traps in this fucking place.
There are no
Trapped in this
traps in this
place.
fucking place.
Come on. Oh.
Alright, let me throw all of you guys on the battle map here. So we got Sackman. Come on, let me throw it on. Bo is over here. And come on, Sackman. There we go. Bo, and we got Valdant here. I'm gonna throw you guys on the map here in a second. I'm just gonna, oh god, gave you a mustache. All right, and we got Merpo over here with Verlor and Chio. We'll go onto a battle map now so you can all see what's going on. Throw you onto here. We'll switch over to our battle screen, which I have updated.
Hey.
Looks like this.
Yay!
Now, can you all control
Looking
yourselves?
good.
Everyone good?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
All right, perfect. We'll throw in some guards here
Let's go, motherfuckers.
Sack, man. Thomas.
Oh,
to help.
he's ready.
then-
I want to do the what is it that they used to do? The gladiators ready. 3,
Ready?
2, 1. Off we go.
I gotta find what is their name? How do I spell it? Like I said, I wasn't really prepared for the sack, man. I love the sack.
Zach
Very
is with
character.
us.
All right, there we go. We got zucchinis. What do we want? Who's
Wow,
that?
Pingu got changed into a blood god. Interesting. We all just.
Give me a second, guys. Just looking for. Nope, we're not fighting Marrow. We're fighting Sonigan.
Someone's just typed it in chat. If that looks like the right way it's done.
Yeah, but I typed that, and it didn't like to show up, which I'm not sure why.
Hmm.
S-A-H-U-A.
I'm gonna try. Checking the actual monster manual to see if I can find it.
Yeah.
Give me a second here. Pixies.
Look at those right angles.
Yeah, right? Check them out.
They're
Yeah, it's
beautiful.
S-A-H. There it is.
Go.
So,
Oh, do we have to kill the big thing in the middle as well?
you don't know.
I mean, the guards didn't seem surprised by it turning up, so maybe it's on our side.
Well,
love
that and it
that
hit
it's
the
like,
boat
oh.
they were all on. So...
Yeah, true.
I don't think we're ready for a big water.
A
spirit.
water elemental at 3rd level.
Yeah, yeah.
We
I'm-
would get smushed.
I'm-
Yeah,
I'm-
That's it.
important
Just
fact.
pancake people into oblivion. I doubt we would withstand too much.
Just run up to it. Come at me, bro.
All
Whoosh.
right. So you can
Good
all
luck,
line
Gio.
yourselves up to where you believe your character would be standing,
Oh, fuck,
And-
there's a lot of you.
and we'll start this battle off.
So this album right on the edge then of the pier, I believe. Yeah. dock.
Yes. Out here past this area is all water. You are all on the edge of the pier.
So we're kind of boxed in then. Damn it.
I mean, you can run. You would just be running off the map and doing your own thing. But that's completely up to you. But first up is Chio. What would you like to do, Chio?
Can I use just my sneak attack on this wee dude here?
Which one?
I'm trying to click on it, but it's not
Just hold down.
hold
no.
down. Ah, there we go. Just this wee one here.
You can attack. You can't sneak attack because he's not in combat with anyone else. So you can definitely reach up and attack him, though.
Yeah, just I'll just do my regular attack with the rapier then.
Go ahead and make me attack.
Zoop.
All right, so that'll be 11. The regular attack does not hit. You swing out with your rapier, and it just barely misses him. He like swings up with this trident, and just kind of catches your blade and pushes it off.
I'll do any bonus actions. No, I'll just stay put.
Okay. All right. So with that, that is your turn. Next up is Merpo.
Are any of the ones on my pier already injured?
None of them seem to be injured yet. These ones look like they got off the boat just in time before the water elemental slammed down on top of it.
So none of them have even lost 1 hit point of damage.
Correct. They're all at full health at the moment still.
Bummer. Right, okay. Let's have a read of this. Hold on.
Mhm.
And I need. Hold on. Can I just put something in chat and say that I don't know if I'm going to use it yet? I'm just finding it difficult to read. That's all.
Guiding bolt, yeah. So you're going to be making, if you use this, you're going to be making a spell attack on the creature. And if you hit, you are able to, the creature itself it takes 318 damage, and then any attacks against it have advantage.
All right. Okay. Let's do that then.
All right, go ahead
Because
and
I've got
go ahead and make a spell
um,
attack.
on. Oh, which one?
Which one do you want?
We'll go with this dude. Looks
All right.
looks pretty sus.
Go ahead and make a ranged spell attack. So you can click your spell attack bonus
Yeah.
area. Yeah. So that'll be a 7. The
It's
bolt,
not gonna hit.
yeah, the bolt shoots out, and you're trying to catch him, and it's been a minute since you've used the spell, and it just flies past him off into the distance. It doesn't make purchase.
Okay, I don't like being this squidgy and close to people.
It's a bit warm for that. Sorry.
Actually,
gonna
more durable than
go-
half of us.
I'm gonna go over here.
All right, so you move off to the side. With that, up next is Bo. It is your turn.
I'm gonna go to aim for. Hang on, can I get my? I had the arrow and now I don't. Actually, I might have it now. There we go. I'm gonna attack that guy there.
All right.
Because he's like jumped on. He's right next to us, and I'm like, oh, shit. And I'm gonna use frostbite.
All right, go ahead and cast Frostbite on him. Roll your, I believe, is it a save or an attack?
It's attack, I believe.
Yes.
And then and then for that one, no
12.
frost.
12 will hit, so go ahead and roll damage for your Frostbite.
Yep.
It just barely hits.
I do it this way.
Click on the word Frostbite in the chat.
The word frostbite. Oh, of course, obviously, yeah. There we go.
Oh, not the spell description, the actual word Frostbite. There you go. It has a Constitution save. Let me see. Does it need a Constitution save? I don't think it does. It does. Has to make a Constitution save throw. All right. And for Constitution, they have a +1. He gets a 10. He does not pass. So he takes the 3 cold damage and now has, I believe, disadvantage on any attacks he makes until his next turn.
Sweet.
I'm wondering as well, with them being like, because they're aquatic creatures, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Would frostbite hit them more?
It doesn't necessarily. You do see like the water on his skin start to like freeze and solidify, but he does not take any extra damage from it.
Okay, fair enough. And I'm not moving.
All right, so you're gonna stay put. Next up, we have, check my list here. It is the guards. So they will start to close in on these folks as well. So he's gonna close in on the one here. He goes 5, 10, 15, 20. He goes to this one here to close in on them. These 2 guards close in on the one closest to them. Help you guys start taking care of these Sahagin. They get standard attacks. So we're going to roll for them. He misses with a 1. He gets a natural 20. That'll definitely hit. We'll roll damage for that. He's using a sword plus a strength modifier. So it's going to be 10 plus... sword at level there. He's going to do a 10 plus 2. So he gets 12 damage. This one right here, the guard runs up to him and gets a beefy hit as he comes with a low swing and takes him out really low. He takes him down well below half health. He is looking very bloodied. He took a massive hit on that first strike. These 2 guards on the same one over here by the dock. First one's a miss. Second one is a miss. A 5 and a 1, even with their bonuses, these 2 guards missed their target on this one here. So with that, the guards have moved, they have gone. Next up is Sackman. Your go.
Alright. I am, because there's a few of us around us, I am going to start raging.
All right, go ahead. Use your bonus action to rage. You have an action and a move to do. What would you like?
I'd like to swing for the guy right in front of me that's
Absolutely.
currently surrounded.
Go ahead and swing. You have advantage on the strike.
Alright.
And so that's a 17, which is a solid hit. Go ahead and roll damage with your great club. And 8. Since you're raging, you also get +2 on top of that. So it's going to be 10 damage as you swing around and slam a heavy, heavy hit into the Sahagin. It goes and takes 10 damage, so it's down to 12. And he's looking pretty hurt. One swing did a pretty good number on him. With that, he is down there. Do you want to move or anything, or are you good right where you're at?
I'm okay here for now.
All right. Next up is the Sahagin. They're now going to start closing in and attacking on individuals they see close by. So one is going to head to Yurvular, one is going to come up to you, Murpo. One is already with Valdant. One is going to move up on Bo, who just got the frostbite on him. and the other one is going to stay where he is at, surrounded by individuals on all sides. We'll start at the bottom. So the one against Valdon is going to attack you. He gets 2 attacks, having multi-attack. We're going to have 1 strike with his spear, and then 1 with his claw. Was it make 2 many attacks, or 1 bite and 1 with a claw or spear? Yeah, so he has to bite. So he's going to reach out with his spear to try and hit you. And he gets a 11 plus with a strike. With a spear, it's +3. So it's 14 to hit.
It's a miss because I have 18.
18, damn, you're a beefy boy. He goes in with a spear and he misses. As you kind of dodge to the side, he reaches out with his toothy maw to bite down on you, and he only gets a 11, so he misses. And so once again, he tries coming at you and tries to get a hold of you and just can't quite reach. Next one is going against Bo for a strike with the spear. Gets a 7 with the spear, goes in for a bite attack as well, and that is going to be 9. Both of them. Just Bo, you're just lithe, or he's got disadvantage on it as well. So yeah, and a natural 1. Yeah, he goes trying to swing wild at you, but like his arms are stiffer than they should be because of the frostbite, and he just keeps reaching out and hitting you, and you're just like dodging left and right, getting out of the way as he's coming in for an attack. The next Wagon by Sackman is going to try to attack you because you did the damage to him as the other 2 missed, so he's going to make an attack against you. He gets a natural 1 with the spear, so he misses with that, and he gets a 16 plus 3, so a 19 with a bite. Is that hit? I believe it does.
Is it armor class on the
That's it, yep.
Yeah, 14.
Yeah, so he hits you with the bite. So he reaches out with the spear and misses, but in that opening, he lunges forward with his face and just lashes onto your shoulder, doing, it looks like he would do 3 damage piercing, but you're raging, so it is halved. So it's rounding down, so he does 1 damage as it bites into your shoulder, and just you shrug it off like it's an annoyance as he bites down into you. We have 1 against the guard that attacked him up top by Chio, and he gets a miss with the spear and lunges for a bite with a 1. I am rolling garbage right now.
That's good. Carry on with the garbage rolls.
No, it's terrible.
Garbage.
The other one at the guard, he gets a 5 on a spear, which doesn't break the armor class of 13, and he gets a 2. Jesus Christ. All right. Against Verlor, let's see if we can do this. Again, he's going to switch it up. He's going to throw down the spear and go for a bite and a claw attack, just in a feral attempt to attack you. And he gets with the claws, he gets a 21 and a 2. So the claws hit. He lunges out with his claws and rakes them across you, getting 4 damage as the claws scrape across your chest to try and catch you, and then he lunges forward with his teeth and just doesn't quite reach. So Verlor takes 4 damage. And the last one against you, Marpo, coming at you with the spear, trying to make an attack. Misses completely with a 1 and a 6. Yeah, no, none of them hit. Jesus Christ. Come on, guys. You got a +3 to hit. So yeah, they go for attacks. Verlor was the only one who took damage. And with that, yeah, that is their turn. Last up is Verlor. It is your go.
Okay, I'm gonna go for an unarmed strike against the one that's straight in front of me.
All right, go ahead.
So him.
Damn.
With a 20, that'll hit, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I also want to go for spending a key point to do. Bear with me. This.
Yeah. So first, let's roll your damage for your first strike.
Okay.
Go ahead and do that. So that'll be a 6. So immediately you flash out with one fist, and you do a solid 6 points of damage as you thrust your fist into his stomach. In that opening, you spend a key point to use Flurry of Blows. Go ahead and make 2 more attacks on him.
Okay.
So with a 16 and a 17, oh yeah, you're fine. Both strikes hit handily. Go ahead and roll damage for both. For another 6 and another 6.
Nice.
Damn.
6. So 18 damage as just a flurry of fists in a speed that none of you have seen before just lash out on this fish monster and just deals a hefty chunk of damage to it.
Monks are so broken.
Monks are so broken. So let's see, 18 drops down to 6, which is then minus 16. So that's gonna be doing math in my head. This is gonna be, god damn it. Here, easier way to do this. 18 to 20, 18 up to 22. It's only 4, so he's good. There. So he is hurt. He is real hurt. He is bloodied. You just see like this greenish type like goo kind of pouring out of his mouth where you probably broke his jaw. He is in rough shape. Would you like to move or do anything else?
Can I do this? Because I hit him with a flurry of blows. Technically, I should be able to analyze. I think.
Attack granted by flurry of blows. You can analyze it. Yes, you can. You absolutely can do this.
Okay, I'd like
what
to do that.
information? You immediately use your reaction to as an armor strike against that creature.
Damn.
Additionally, when you use Analyze Creature, you learn all of its damage vulnerabilities, damage resistances, and damage immunities and condition
Nice.
immunities. So, with these guys, it's an amazing ability.
Broken.
You do find, from punching him, you feel your energy that you empowered into your strike just kind of flow into him. And like the slow motion moment, you can see like a pulse ripple through its body and return to your fist. And you end up finding that he has no vulnerabilities and no immunities. These are a fairly plain creature that are damaged by most things. They're not really particularly weak to anything, but they're also not resistant to anything either. You can deal pretty much any damage you want.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So with that, and that intense attack, we'll move on to Chio again. It is your go.
I haven't gone.
Did I not put you down there? Oh, 1 second. Where were you? Hold on. My
I was
bad.
last. I had a natural 1.
Oh, that's why I missed you.
initiative.
Valdon, it is your go.
All right, I'll just attack the guy that's right in front of me with a one-handed
Yeah.
longsword.
Go ahead. I thought that was a little short. I was like, wait a minute.
Oh,
Natural 1.
Oh
But,
man.
I will
Uh,
whiff at the guy closest to me.
You do. You swing out and you try as hard as you can, but he's
Damn.
just his ugly vicious is like throwing you off. So you just kind of like swing out to him and you're like, ah, damn it. It throws you off your game for a second. But you're all right. You rally and you're ready for the next strike. Next up, we go back to Chio. It is your go.
Cool. Can I sneak attack this one now because he's? Oh, sorry, not the guard. Shut.
No.
This one because he's currently in combat with the guard.
Yes. Now you have sneak attack damage on him if you hit. So go ahead and make an attack on
Cool.
him. You have advantage on the strike if you move to the opposite side of that Sahagin.
Yeah, so just move in. Boop there.
Right there. So you have advantage on the strike. Go ahead and roll an advantage to try and take him out.
Would I just click the rapier then, or what
Yep.
would I be clicking?
Roll the rapier.
Yep.
And you'll have advantage on the strike, so you get an
Woohoo!
18, so you definitely hit. And go
Hey.
ahead and roll damage. And
There
add a
we go.
d6 to that as well.
D6. Where are we? D6.
At level 3, is that 2d6 now?
I think it's 2d6.
I don't remember.
I think it's 2.
I'm going to double
I
check
can
real
double
quick.
check. I've got the book here.
Yeah,
Or
double check
If
it.
someone's got it right
It
there.
should be on your chart there at the top. It should tell you how many sneak attack dice you get.
I really need to find my glasses.
On my chart and the on this.
Let me check. I got it.
No, in your book. In your book under your.
On my book. Sorry, I thought you meant on
No, you're good.
R20.
I'm pulling it up right now.
No
Just
worries.
'cause I want to make sure. And why did you not say... Did I spell it?
94.
I've got friends like scouring charity shops for the books now.
Yeah, right? They're so
They
Oh,
are
it is-
so
oh,
expensive, yeah.
I know.
First
I
level
looked and
is
I was like,
2d6.
yeah.
2d6? Awesome.
Yep.
So go ahead
Perfect.
and roll another d6 on top of that. So you got 9 plus
Nice.
6 plus
Nice.
2. So that's going to be 11 plus 6, so 17 damage. Yeah, handily. You reach out to this guy, and while he's being harried by this guard and getting attacked, you just sneak up behind him and just quietly thrust the rapier in, and you hit like a vital organ as it passes through and comes out the other side. He
Nice.
drops dead with
Oh.
a hole through his chest.
Goodbye, fishman. See you in hell.
Yeah, so he is quite dead. So we'll mark him as dead. That's part of
Can
your
I
move
use
and your action
my-
if you want to do something else.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I use my bonus action? Can I use my cunning action dash? Just to kind of like move here, I suppose.
You only moved like 5 feet to get there, so you still have plenty of movement without using your cunning action to move into combat if you wanted to.
I'll just smudge over then. That's fine.
Yep, that's perfectly fine. You have plenty of movement to do it, so you're able to hop into to combat there. Chio is done. Next up is Merpo.
So bonus actions can be done. They don't have to be like before. They don't have to be after an action. I can just do it whenever.
Correct. Yep, you can use them at any point.
Okay. So because I'm squidgy,
Yep.
I'm going. Oh, that's another thing. So if I'm doing a spell that requires concentration,
Mm-hmm.
if I then do another one that is so I've got a spell that requires concentration,
Yes.
but I also have a cantrip that I want to use afterwards that is an action that just says instantaneous. It doesn't say anything about concentration. So can I do my concentration spell and my cantrip?
Yes.
Or
You would be allowed to do that.
All right, okay. So I'm going to cast this on myself.
Shield of Faith. All right, that's a bonus action. That's concentration. Yep. So you go ahead and cast that. So make sure you add 2 to your AC.
Okay. And then I'm going to do the good old Toll of the Dead on the guy in front of me.
All right. All right. So, it's DC 13 saving throw. He hasn't been damaged yet, so he takes. That's going to be a 19 for the save. So he succeeds, and so he does he take half damage? I forget. Target must make a saving throw. If target misses any of its hit points, it takes that. Yeah, so it doesn't.
So
take
yeah,
damage.
just one. No, yeah. If the target misses any of, oh wait, hold on, yeah.
It's a hit or miss type thing. Once he succeeds, it misses him. So yeah, he succeeds. He's able to like he pushes through the tolls, the ringing that comes into his head, and he doesn't take any damage from it.
Okay, I'm still feeling a little more less squidgy with my Shield of Faith.
All right. Anything else you want to do? You have movement left.
Oh, I do have movement, don't I?
Yep.
But if I move, they get not a chance of opportunity. That's the same thing.
Yeah, he gets an attack of opportunity if you leave his threatened square.
I might just hunker down and just kind of really focus on putting on all my faith into this shield.
Okay. All right. So you hang tight and just wait to hopefully take whatever blow comes. Bo, it is your turn.
Yay. I'm gonna still go for the guy in front of us, and I'm gonna cast Ice Knife.
Go ahead. Casting Ice Knife. I just want to see what the spell description is. You create an Ice Knife that flies within range. Make a ranged spell attack on the target. On a hit, the target takes 1d10 piercing. And you rolled a 21, so that definitely hits. You're going to do 1d10 damage. So go ahead and do that. He has to roll a dexterity save to see if he takes that cold damage, which he fails, so he definitely does. And yeah, that's 2d6. So yeah, he takes 6 piercing and 9 cold damage, which is 15 damage on the one that's in front of you. Yeah, that's decent. The knife releases from your hand, shooting straight out and lands into the center of his chest. It kind of like pushes him back for a second as it explodes. Let's see, in 5 feet. Because you're right in front of him, I need you to make a dex save as well.
Yep.
5.
Oh.
So you also take the 9 damage as the blast is right in front of you and
Ouch.
blows up in your face.
So is it just 9 damage?
Yep, just 9 cold damage.
Sweet.
Yep. Does a hefty hit. He is looking real bad. He is like bleeding. The wound in his chest is like frozen over and green ichor is like pouring out. He is in a real bad way.
There's not really any bonus actions I want to do, but I'm just wondering if this would be okay to do. Can I just push him, or would that count as like a hand thingy?
That would be an action. You could push him as an action to push him away from you, but it would take a full action to do it.
Okay.
All right, next up is the guards. So the guards are now going to make some of their attacks. Now they've moved themselves into better positions. The first guard is going to go over and help Merpo, seeing her in a rough spot and seeing Verlor handling himself very well. So we're going to start from top to bottom this time. Guard attacking the Sahagin by Merpo at advantage. Gets a 13 to hit for the first strike. And a, it looks like 16, 17, 18 to hit on the second strike. So he goes ahead and does damage with that. So d6 plus 2. So it does 5 damage on the one attacking Merpo. So that's going to be minus 2. So that's going to be 17. So he does an attack there. We have another one with the one on Chio. He's going to make an attack at advantage based on his movement there. He gets an 18 plus 2, so that definitely hits. He's going to roll damage with his short sword and does 3. He doesn't get quite a beefy hit, but definitely strikes him for a little bit of damage. Next one we have is another one, 2 attacking the Sahagin that Baggins is on. One has advantage, the other does not. That is going to be a 14 to hit for the one, and a 20 to hit for the other one. So both hit, so it does 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage between the two of them. He's just getting him death by a million cuts, or by 1,000 cuts, as he keeps trying to maintain his footing. So he's looking real rough and real bloody. We have, that's all of our guards, I think. Yep, that's all of our guards. So our guards are done. Next up is the Sackman. As your go. You have advantage on attacks if you'd like to use them.
Yeah, I want to finish him off.
All right, go ahead. You make your attack at advantage.
Am I still raging?
Yes, you are. You are still raging because you've been attacking and you've been attacked. So you are still good.
Hell yeah.
With a natural 20, go ahead and roll damage with your Great Club.
Fine.
All right, so with that, we have you rolled a 6, so we'll double the 6 to a 12, plus 3, plus 2, so 6, 12, 15, 17 damage. Yeah. Yeah.
I think he's dead.
He's yeah. You literally swing the club, and you kind of like, as you come back for your swing, it like connects with its head, and you just see the head detach from the body as it goes flying off into the bay, and the body just kind of falls limp onto the deck and slinks into the water. He's just gone. He's so gone. Next up, that was your action. Would you like to move?
Yes.
Okay, where would you like to go?
Can I move? I can't remember how far I can move. Can I move just here to be next to these two?
Yep.
Like just like here.
Yes, you can.
Cool.
That is perfectly fine. So you stand there and you get ready for a next round. Next up is the Sahagin. We'll start at the bottom again. One on Valdant, making an attack with Spear. And it gets a plus 3, so that's an 18. That matches your armor class, right?
Yeah, it matches.
All right, so one does get through. Let's see if his bite attack goes in. He gets a natural 1 on the bite. So the Spear makes it through. He's given his actions, he's two-handing the Spear. So he gets a D8. And he gets a +1 for the strike. So he does 3 damage with the Spear as it just barely passes by a chink in your armor and catches you. The next one is going to attack Bo, trying to retaliate from the strike. Spear goes through with a 3 and misses, and a 4 for the bite with a definite miss as well. The 2 guards are there. That one's dead. The one up by Chio, he got hit by the guard last, so he's going to attack the guard. So a spear going at the guard with a 2, and he's surrounded. He's going to lash out with his claw as he spins, and he's going to get... They strike out Chio with this claw. Ooh. All right, so the claw comes through at you, Chio, with an 18. Does that hit?
Yep, it does.
All right, so just 1d4 damage plus 1. So he does 5 damage. He got full damage on that one as a claw, as he's spinning in fury, trying to catch himself, rakes across you. All right, and now damage. Now we have the one on Verlor. Now, Verlor, you notice the one that you've been fighting, it seems to make a sniffing type motion with its face if it had an actual nose. and it sort of like its mouth starts to drool, and it kind of starts to get more jittery, and suddenly it kind of enters into a bloodlust as it tries to reach out and attack you. Attack creatures, it enters a blood frenzy. Creatures it attacks that have already taken damage, it now has advantage against. So it's going to attack you with advantage. You get the spear goes through, and the highest roll is a 6, so that misses. And the bite attack is a 15, which would be an 18. Does that hit?
Yes.
All
Yeah,
right.
it does.
So it sinks in, doing 4 damage as it bite again just latches onto your shoulder, digging in deep and doing a little bit of damage to you. So that's his 2 attacks. And lastly, we have the one against Merpo. It took damage from the guard last, but it's going to try to get to both of you. No one's been hurt yet. Merpo, did he hurt you?
Not yet.
No, he hasn't yet. He hasn't hit yet. Okay. So he swings out, is going to try an attack with the spear against the guard and gets a natural 20. And is going to rake around with his claws to catch you from behind and gets a natural 20. Whew. So for the first attack against the guard with the spear, he gets a roll a d8, so he gets 4 plus 1, so only a 5 on the guard. And against you, he does 3 damage. He rolled really poorly.
Okay. Okay.
He rolled so poorly. So he attacks the guard, takes out 5 damage on him, drops him barely, and then you take your damage as well. So that's all the Sahagin done. Next up is Verlor. It is your go.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna unarmed strike the one straight in front of me.
All right. 7 will miss. It is not quite high enough.
I don't know if there's anything else that I can do here.
So your options are, you can burn another key point if you wanted to do another flurry of blows, or you could make an offhand attack, which is just you making a straight dexterity attack without your proficiency modifier. So it'd be an attack plus your dex mod, and that's it.
I'll try doing an offhand attack. How do I do that again?
Yep. So the easiest way, unless we set it up in your thing, is to just roll like click on your dexterity check essentially.
Okay.
And so 16, you hit. So go ahead and roll damage with your fist like you normally would. There you go. So 4 slashing damage as it rake across, and that's all it took. You lash out with one fist to try and get him, and you miss. And in like your follow-up swing, you rake your claws against his face, and he just falls unconscious as the damage is too much for him to keep up with, and he drops to the ground.
Nice.
So he is dead. Would you like to move?
I'm going to move in on the one to my right. So
All right.
Probably
Perfect.
about there.
Next up is Valdant.
All right, I am going to attempt to swing a sword at this dude again.
You got this.
You do it.
19. That's good. Go ahead and roll damage.
I'll do it.
And because he hit me, and I'm irritated,
Yeah.
oh, it's not going to let me do it easily. I was going to use Divine Smite, which is adding 2d8 radiant damage.
Oh, if you need to, you can just write 2d8. Or just do a 2d8 there. Yeah, perfect. So 9 damage plus Divine Smite with an added 6. So 15 damage. You see this longsword come swinging down, and you watch as it lights up, as it comes swinging, falling, and just lands deep into this thing's clavicle. You hear searing and sizzling as the energy rakes a nice big hole in this guy's shoulder. He is real bloody, and he is real hurt. So that is that. Do you want to move or do anything else?
Nope, I'll stay put.
All right. Next up is Chio. We're back at the top of the round.
Right, just good old sneak attack on this one then.
Yeah, go ahead. You have advantage on the strike because of your positioning. So 16 will definitely hit, and roll your damage with the sneak attack.
So 2d6, yeah.
2d6. So 5 with 2d6.
2.
So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. Once again, just because you're positioning yourself behind these guys as they're fighting these guards, you're able to get some solid hits on their vulnerable places. You swing in, doing a decent chunk of damage. He's bloodied. He's real bloodied, but he's still standing.
No bonus stuff. I'm just gonna stay where I'm.
All right, there it is. Next up is Merpo.
I would really like to be able to hit somebody. So I'm going to... I don't know, maybe I should change it up a bit. The guy in front of me is taking damage now, right?
He has, yes. He has taken damage
Okay.
now.
Let's Toll of the Dead again. Let's just try.
All right, let's see if he passes. He got a 4. With a +1, he fails. So 5, he takes full damage from that, and because you're rolling the d12, it is 3 damage from the d12. So he takes the 3 damage. You see like this goo the blue goo starts to come from his ears as well. And he covers his ears, taking a decent chunk, or not a decent chunk, but at least enough to where he is hurting and he feels it, and you've now put the fear of God in him, whatever deity you serve. You're not going to roll over without a fight.
Okay. And again, I'm gonna stay where I am, and just sort of like focusing on that shield that did nothing last round. all of the natural 20s were right in this vicinity, but no, we're gonna hope that they can't hit again.
Yeah. All right. Your shield is still up. Oh, you took damage. Give me a concentration check.
How do I do that?
Just roll a Constitution save. Sorry.
Save.
Yes, save. 18, you pass. So you start to feel it after the sting hits you. It almost distracts you too much to drop your spell, but you maintain the spell.
Okay.
So that's it. We'll move on to Bo.
Great. I'm gonna finish this guy.
Yeah.
I'm going for use a cheeky frostbite cantrip.
All right. 23 hits. And go ahead and roll damage.
Pew pew.
Awesome. I just want to double check. Did I misread that again? Makes Constitution save. I'm dumb. I keep thinking that you have to roll the hit. We got to fix that command. He fails it. He still takes the damage. And I think, yeah, that's all he had left. You use your frostbite to reach out and stop this creature from assailing you. And as you do, you watch as the ice bursting forth from your hand wraps around the fish-like humanoid, and you see it just lock up in place and freeze still on the dock.
Amazing.
Do you want to move?
Can I sort of like, so I want to get closer to this one there.
Yep.
So I was wondering, I'll have to like, will I need to sort of kick him to the side, kind of?
You're able to maneuver around him. He's not a threat anymore, so he's not like stopping you. You can make your way around him.
Sweet. So I'm gonna move right up to this gentleman.
All right, perfect. With that, next up are the guards. So they're gonna hopefully try and help out here. We have the 2 up top here. They see you guys manhandle the one there at the bottom, and they're just gonna take off. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's gonna take another one to make his way off the map to head off to get help and help others that are in need. The one that is still engaging, the one by Chio, is going to make attack at advantage. And he gets a 9 plus 3, 9, 10, 11, 12, just barely hits. And he gets 7 damage on him as a short sword digs in into its side. This thing is looking real bloody, but is still barely standing and holding on. The next guard, who's attacking the one with Merpo, advantage on the strike, goes in for a swing, gets 13. He definitely hits, rolls damage, gets 3 on the strike. It's a 2 plus 1, not a whole lot, but it's enough. Takes another hit. So the swing goes in and starts dealing more damage. He's getting real bloody, but he's still standing and still holding on to try and attack as best he can. With that, as the guards go, Sackman, it is your turn.
Nice. How far can I move, just out of interest?
You can move. Most standard people move 30 feet. As a barbarian, you might have more. Let me check your character sheet to make sure. Yes, you have 30 feet of movement right now. At higher levels, you get more, but right now you move 30 feet.
Oh, right, okay, so I can't really...
You can go 30 feet, and then you can use an action to go another 30 feet. It's called a dash.
So, I assume I can't I assume I can't attack after that,
Correct.
though.
If you choose to dash, you cannot attack.
Can I hit this thing where he's standing?
Yep.
Where I'm standing right now?
Yep. You're within combat. You're within 5 feet of him.
All right, cool. In that case, I'll just make an attack.
All right, go ahead. You're still raging, so go ahead and make the attack. You don't have advantage because no one is flanking him, so to speak. There's no one on the opposite side of your attack, so it's just a straight roll.
I think
Unless you want to use reckless attack if you have it.
I've literally just noticed that because I haven't used it yet.
Yep, you haven't needed to, but now since the situation might call for it, I believe you have reckless attack.
Do it.
Well, I don't know how to use it though.
You just say you're going to use it, and so when you roll to attack, you have advantage on the strike.
Right. Okay then. So still hit the Great Club Rage.
Yep. Go ahead and hit Great Club Rage. So you have advantage on the strike, so you get a 21. That'll be a definite hit. Go ahead and roll damage. So 7, which is going to be the 2 plus 3 plus 2, so that'll definitely hit and do some damage. And that is enough to kill him. That's all he had left. Sackman just comes in for the save as you two are trying to take on this guy, and he just drops the club, slamming it down on its head, crumpling the thing into a pile of mush. He is very dead. So with that, there is only 2 more Sagan available on the field that are still harrying you all. Sackman, if at this point you wanted to move 30 feet just to kind of head towards that, you can.
Yeah, sure. I'll start running.
All right, go for it. Move about 30 feet up.
Ooh. I forgot where it was already done. 30 feet, right, so right there.
Yep, so go ahead and move your 30 feet. Boop. Perfect. All right. Sackman's done. Next up is the Sagan. Smelling blood in the water. The Sagan will make their attacks towards Chio. With the attacks you've been doing on him, he is going to make an advantage attack on you since you have been damaged. He's going to make an advantage with the 2-handed spear. And that's going to be a 19 to hit.
Yep, that
So-
definitely hits.
So he does with the spear as a d8. It's going to be 7 plus 1, I believe. Sagan, or is it plus? Yeah, plus 1. So 8 damage total with the spear as he lashes out. And the bite is still going to go against the guard because he's harried on both sides. He gets a natural 1 with the guard, so he misses.
I am hurt.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Next one. Again, smelling blood in the water. He's been taking more damage from everyone else so far, but he smells the blood coming off of Verlor and is going to lash out with his spear to try and take you out. And he gets a 18 to hit. Assuming that's a hit on Verlor.
Yeah, 15 is my armor class.
Okay, that hits. So with that, it's going to be 5 plus 6. That's 6 damage. It slashes into your side to take you out, and then he's going to make a bite attack against the guard. And it's going to be a 7 plus 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, that's not going to hit. He misses with the bite attack. So, that is Sahagan's turn. Next up, Verlor, it's your go.
Right. I'm gonna unarmed strike the one that's next to me. So,
Go ahead. 13 will hit.
okay. Go for that then.
4 slashing. Go ahead. We'll take an attack off there. So that's going to be -4. So that's going to be that. Okay. Slash raking across his back as he's spinning wildly, trying to figure out who's attacking and who's attacking from where. You slash into him. He's still standing, but he's hurt.
Okay. I can do another attack, correct?
The flurry, the bonus attack, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just
So use a dexterity strike.
oh,
Yeah.
bear with me.
Yeah, it's the offhand, so it's not as proficient with the strike. 19 will absolutely hit though. So go ahead and roll damage.
Another 4.
That'll hit. So 4 hits. He's looking so bloody. He's just spinning wildly, trying to figure out where these attacks are coming from, and he just can't quite get a hold of where these attacks are hitting him. And he's just, you see gouts of blood spraying off him as he's getting slashed open from all different sides. He is really hurt, but he's barely holding on, but he's alive.
Fucked fish man.
And so he's there. For Laura's turn, Valdon, it's your go.
All right. Well, I am going to run up here
Okay.
and hurl a javelin at this guy.
Okay. What's the range on that right now?
Damn.
Ooh.
Nice.
What's our range?
Should be.
It's 8 squares. That's not what I
40.
want. Why is this thing? Oh, there we go. There we go. There's everything's blocking it. Yeah, it's like 40.
40 feet, so I miss.
It's not that you miss. Oh yeah, it's at disadvantage. It's outside of your 30-foot range, so the 8 is what you get. So yes, you do miss.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, well, that stinks. And then as a bonus action, I am going to cast Shield of Faith on Shio.
All right.
Oh, thank you very, very much.
All right. So Shio, your AC is boosted by 2.
Thank you.
Make this over here. We'll throw that in there. And we'll throw this on.
It's amazing what that +2 just makes a difference.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
All right.
Hanging on by a thread.
All right. So
Random question.
Yes.
Just out of interest, because I know I will forget it next time. Do shields stack?
no.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't just like walk around with 3 shields in your arms and get an extra +6.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. If somebody did one and then another person did another shield on
Yeah,
top of them, would it? All right. Okay.
I don't think it was stacked. No.
Okay.
So with that, go ahead and we'll move on to Chio. It is your go.
We'll try and finish off the one in front of me. Take I can still sneak attack because the guard's there, yeah?
Yes, you can. You still got that sneak attack.
Cool.
11 though will not hit.
That's fine. Right, I will use my bonus action because I am pretty hurt. I'll use my disengage cunning
Okay.
action.
Yep.
To move away. So I'll just move like maybe towards these guards if
Yeah.
I can.
And because you disengage, he doesn't get the attack of opportunity, so you move away safely. Next up, we'll move on to Merpo. It's your go.
Where I will hurt somebody, like painfully. I'm going to go for Toll of the Dead again because if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Sure, go ahead. Do Toll of Dead. We'll roll for that DC 13 to see if he fails or succeeds. He gets a 3. He fails and takes the
Yes.
damage. So the 7 damage seeps into his head. And yeah, that'll finish him off. As he's sitting there fighting, the bells ring again in his mind, and he just crumples to the ground. His blood just again pours from his ears, and he falls limp to the ground. Having been harried from all sides, he just can't take it anymore, and his body gives out. Finally, do you want to do anything else? You killed the one assailing you. What else would you like to do?
Hold on.
You have a bonus action and a move.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. It's just this one that's left, isn't it?
The one over there, yes. Yep.
This one. Okay.
He is the last one alive so far.
I'm gonna head closer. Wait, how much movement speed have I got? Hold on, sorry.
You're okay.
25. 25 is. Hold on here.
Yeah, it
I'm
should
gonna
be.
head over here.
All right.
I'm heading my way to Chio.
Okay. So that's your go. Next up is Bo.
Can't do a great deal over here really, so I'm gonna move. I think it's just 30 feet I can move, isn't it? Don't see why it'd be any. But yeah, 30 feet.
Yeah, it's 30 feet.
So we're just gonna boop boop. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Boop boop ba doop ba doop bop.
There we go. Awesome. If you want, you can dash as an action. It's up to you. You want to move another 30 feet?
Oh, I'll do a little dash.
Yeah, go ahead and move another 30 feet.
Okay. Right, let's have a look. How we're gonna do this? I can't jump across the water, surely.
No, you wouldn't be able to go a straight
No.
distance from there, but you can move up to like the corner there and then make your way down.
Yeah. Amazing. So I'm just gonna go beep bop boop beep.
And then you
And
can move
then
another 10 feet.
Go fuck yourself.
maybe just there in it. Sweet. Ba ba ba.
Boom. There it is. All right, and next up is the guards. So this guard is attacking the Sahuagin. He no longer has an advantage, so he's still going to keep swinging away. He gets a 5, so he misses. The other guards have made their way are going to attack other Sahagin that have made their way onto the shore to protect others. And with that, it is Sackman's turn.
Okay. Well, I'm also going to move because I can't really attack. Oops, that's not what I'm doing. Yeah, okay, so... Oh, no, that's not how I do it. There's there, and then there. And then... Well, I might as well dash as well then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I can just about get to there.
Yep,
okay,
you
cool.
just get into a threatened space.
Woo!
All right, so you close in there. Next up is the Sahagin. He's still alive, and he sees you all closing in. He is going to make his attacks. One against you, Sackman, and one against... Sack, you have taken damage, right? You took 1 damage early on.
I did. I got bit.
Yeah, you didn't take much damage, but you did take some, so you're bleeding. So he's going to have an advantage on the strike. You're not the main target he's been attacking, so he's going to do a single strike with the spear against the guard. He gets 13, that actually passes, so he does that with the spear. Gets 4 damage on the guard, and he's going to attack an advantage against you with a bite. And he gets a 14, 15, 16, 17 to hit with the bite. That hits.
Jesus.
And he does 5 damage to you as he strikes.
Okay.
So that's down, and then he hits you with a 5. Well, you're raging still because he attacked you, thankfully. So the 5 damage
Okay.
rounded down is
Good news, Matthews.
4. So you take 2 damage.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
So you're doing good. That's the barbarian life, yo. That's how it goes.
Hell yeah.
All right, so Sahagin's done. Verlord, is your turn.
Right, so there's only one left, yeah?
Yep. There's the one by
Okay.
here by Sackman.
That's fine. I'm going to throw a dart at him because I believe it's in range. I just looked it up. It's between 20 and 60, I think.
Correct. After 20, it's at disadvantage.
Oh, right, okay. Can I move first?
Yep, you can move first. Absolutely.
So if I move...
Yep. So you go ahead and roll an attack with your dart.
Okay,
22 will definitely hit. Jesus.
nice.
So yep, 7 damage. Holy crap. Yeah, I think that's enough. Yep. So while
Nice.
the two of you are harrying him, Vorlar comes from the shadows and just chucks a dart from across the pier, and it just lands in the back of the Sahagin's skull, and it falls just in a heap on the ground.
Rip.
And becomes just a pile of dead fishman.
Nice.
With that, this part of the pier is clear, but an attack is still slowly being quelled by the guards themselves. The ship that was in the harbor is just decimated and has fallen to pieces as this water elemental is still raging and swooping to grab Sahagin out of the water that are trying to swim away and just ripping them asunder as he does. You see them dying in droves as this thing was loaded with these creatures. A couple more have made it onto land, but are now dispersed and being attacked and handled by most of the guards in the area. You feel like pretty soon the situation will be under control, and because you warned them and told them about this beforehand, you saved a lot of lives today. This fight could have gone. This whole situation could have gone so much worse with all the civilians lined up along the pier like that. It could have gone real bad. So with that, our combat will ostensibly come to an end. And in that moment, as things are being cleaned up, the last of the Sahagin are being taken care of by the guards, you have a moment to kind of think and look back about what's been going on today. And with that, I think we will end tonight's session with the conclusion of this battle.
Can I just quickly go over and heal Chio?
Yes, go ahead.
I was also going to heal Chio.
I'm just like
Hello.
slumped over,
Hello,
like,
darling.
ouch.
You're not looking great.
I don't think my body has ever hurt this much ever all over.
Oh,
I
oh.
hate fish.
So go ahead, do cure wounds or healing word, whichever you guys are gonna do. Go ahead and roll your healing for her.
Oh wait, hold on. Do I have?
What happens if 3 people heal at the same time?
I ascend to
she
godhood.
explodes.
I was gonna say, how much HP are you down, Chio?
They
I am
go
on
here.
5 hit points.
What's your max?
16.
There you go. So I've
So-
given you. Why does it say 7 then 5?
I don't know. That's weird. It should be this. Let's see. What is the 5?
I did do it at level 2 to
Yep.
give her a bit more because I had some spare. I had a spare level 2 left.
So at level 2, you should be casting 2d8 plus your wisdom modifier, which is 3. So I would say, well, we can
Can we
take.
just roll?
Yeah, just roll
2d8?
2d8 because that's a little confusing and weird. And so we'll do 2d8 plus 3. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 health.
There
Oh,
you go.
thank you.
Have.
So that's me back
Back.
up to full health.
There you go.
Hold on,
All right.
suddenly.
Since Chio's healed, then I will use lay on hands to heal Baggins. How much HP are you down?
I'm only down 3.
All right. Well, you have 3, Ben, and then I'll do 3 for me.
Okay. Yep.
Thank
So you're able to
you.
divvy that out. So you go ahead and do some healing, get the party feeling a little bit better. And with that, we will end it off with saving the port from a horrible disaster. You were able to take care of a lot of people today.
Can I ask Laura a question first?
Who do you Verlor? Yeah.
You're not gonna eat the fish, are you?
I was going to ask whether the fish were edible.
You don't know. You've never seen Sahagan. They might be.
Can I look to see if they might be edible? Like, give
Make
them a
a,
little
make a
look.
nature check.
Takes 20 necrotic damage.
17. Some cultures might eat them. Most of civilized society has chosen not to, just because they're too human-like, and it just feels
Who
weird.
said I'm civilized? I am a cat. Surely I should be able to eat the fish person.
I get the feeling.
You're also a cat with a
I
pet
also
mouse.
need healing, so let me eat the fucking fish person.
Yeah,
How
okay.
much healing do you need?
I'm down to 14 out of 28.
Yeah, you took some decent damage.
All right.
Please,
Well, I
can I
can
eat the fish
give
person?
you another 5 HP.
Nice.
I'm not saying you can't eat the fish person. I'm just saying that it might be frowned upon by the people who watch you do it.
I'll buy you a fish dinner at the port. Okay.
Oh,
Am I convinced though? The fish person looks pretty appetizing.
Really?
Like the
With
green goo
goo?
coming out of it and everything.
Why not just break an arm off and snack to go?
Can I
Yeah,
scruff?
yeah.
Can I scruff Valor?
I wouldn't. I highly suggest against that. You can break an arm off and take it with you if you really, really want to.
Like a wing, chicken wing. Oh no.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you take an arm and you wrench it off one of the bodies that's been attacked and sliced around a bit. It's gooey. It's dripping some green stuff that you take as probably its blood.
Geo could heave, he would. He's kind of like, ugh, that's disgusting.
And I wave it at Chio.
You
Just a little
I'm
bit.
just like- I'm
wave
just
the
like-
gooey end at him.
I think I'm heaving, but I'm not too sure. I'm like, ah, ah.
if Chio could heave, this would be the moment. So you have a Sahagan arm in your inventory that you can chew on as you see fit.
Can I add that to my inventory?
You can absolutely put that in. Do you take a bite of it already?
Oh yeah, I'll have a little nibble.
Make a
I'll probably.
Constitution saving throw.
I knew
Oh,
you were
God.
gonna do that. I knew you were gonna do that.
Oh
A
no.
9. Initially you're like, fishy. Yeah, this will taste pretty good. You take a bite, and you get a few bites in, and you kind of do the kind of feeling, but you swallow. You don't vomit. You keep it down.
Okay.
But you have a feeling this is going to be a pretty common thing to push through if you're going to keep trying to eat this thing raw.
Oh, can I cook it then?
Potentially. I mean, it is meat.
I'm taking it with me. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, you
I
grab the arm.
sling
you
it
might
over my
just eat it.
shoulder and I'm off.
And as you all get ready to leave, we'll close there for the night and pick back up on the port as the destruction is being handled. So thank you guys all. That was fantastic. With that, we are done. So everyone, thank you so much for coming out tonight. We will be back again soon. Me and the party are going to discuss of a good schedule that works for us, that hopefully gets us playing more often. So we'll have more of these streams with less breaks in between. So stay tuned for announcements on that. Thank you everyone for the follows, for the bits, for the subs, for the raids. Molten Sun coming in there, solid. Thank you so much, Sun. I'm so thankful. I'm just gonna do a quick shout out to the remaining people who reached out during the last bit there. We had a couple more follows. We had the Dirty 20 live. We had Horn Podcast gifting subs. Visceral's gifting more subs. Visceral gifting more subs. Visceral giving all the subs. And Final Foot Fantasy also for the follow. So thank you guys for hanging out, for the support for the channel, and for the experiment that this has been. And I love that it's turning into something so much more. With that, we're going to close it out. So, thank you. We'll see you again soon. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. All right. And ending.